And now, a Western adventure of old-time radio drama, premiering on July 8th, 1950, and running through September 14th, 1952. Movie star Joel McCrea stars as Texas Ranger Jace Pearson, who uses the latest scientific techniques to identify the criminals, and of course his faithful horse Charcoal to track them down. These shows were actual reenactments of Texas Ranger cases. The series was produced and directed by Stacy Keach Sr. and was sponsored for part of its run by Wheaties. Ladies and gentlemen, right here on HOJO Radio, Tales of the Texas Rangers. Next.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Joel McCrea in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. From the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, Blood Harvest.
It is a moonless midnight, September 16th, 1947. A truck without lights is parked in a cultivated field several miles from Fairvale, Texas. In the darkness, two men are perspiring freely as they load bales of seasoned alfalfa onto the truck.
How many more we got to go, Slim?
15, 20. That's all.
Well, we can get it all on here, then. This'll be the last load.
That suits me fine. The sooner you get off the place with it, better. Come on.
Yeah, whoa. Take it easy, will you, Slim? How about time out for a smoke?
Smoke? You out of your mind, Trent?
Oh, we're a half mile from the house, and besides, you said Mullen was asleep.
Look, don't give me an argument.
All right, but I moved more than 200 bales of this stuff tonight. I'm going to rest for a minute. If you don't like it, load the rest of it yourself.
Okay, don't get hot about it. I'm just as tired as you are. Sit on a running board.
Yeah. Mullen's sure going to be surprised when he gets a look at this field tomorrow.
Yeah, he sure is. What'll we get for this stuff?
About $30 a ton.
Ain't bad. Bound to clear almost $200 a piece.
Yeah. Could make more than that running a couple of head of cattle without working up this pig sweat, though.
Sure, smart guy. Run cattle and get picked up and sent to the pen. Maybe there ain't as much money in alfalfa, but one thing about it, there ain't no brand marks on the bales either. Nobody can say it ain't yours once you get in the clear with it.
Yeah, I guess you got a point. Think Mullen's liable to suspicion you when he finds his field stripped tomorrow?
Oh, not a chance. I'm an old war buddy, ain't I? And he saw me taking a sleeping pill before we turned in tonight. At least he thinks he saw me take it.
It's a good thing he ain't seeing you take this alfalfa, or you'd lose your job for sure.
After tomorrow, I can afford to lose it. Farm work ain't for men, it's for horses. Hey, come on, we rested long enough. I want to get you away from here.
Okay.
Hey, give me that pitchfork. I'll push those last two bales back and make more room on the tail of the truck.
Here it is.
I got to act real surprised tomorrow.
What's the matter, Slim?
Shh. There's something moving.
I don't hear nothing.
There it is again.
Maybe it's Mullen. Maybe he woke up.
Keep quiet, Trent.
Who's out in this field?
It is him.
Shut up.
You better answer me. I can see the outline of your truck.
Slim, I got to start up and get out of here.
No. He woke up. He must know I'm not in the house.
So pile in the truck and come with me, quick.
Hey, go to jail, lady, you fool. No. I'll slide around behind the truck. You stay here until he comes up to you.
Yeah, but I don't...
Don't I tell you?
Who are you? Talk up fast.
It's me, Mullen, Harry Trent.
Harry Trent, huh? You lost, Trent? What are you doing in my field in the middle of the night with a truck full of my alfalfa?
Well...
Save it, Trent. Where's Slim? Where'd he run to?
I didn't run any place, Mullen.
You know...
Don't move. There's a pitchfork you feel against your ribs. Just march back to the house.
What are you going to do to him, Slim?
I'm going to lend him my bottle of sleeping pills and see to it that he takes an overdose of them. It's nice, clean, and quiet.
That idea'd be great, Slim, if I'd hold still for it. But I ain't about to hold still.
Look out, Slim! Punch him, Trent! Let go of that fork, Mullen! Now, Mullen, here's something you don't have to hold still for. But you'll hold still this time.
You killed him. You killed him.
You shut up! Stop that and shut up!
We gotta run, Slim.
You can't do nothing. Get that load out of here and sell it like we planned. Then keep your mouth shut. If you don't, I'll shut it for you.
Just before dawn of the next morning, a hound from a neighboring farm came across the body of Robert Mullen. Its baying attracted its master, who called the sheriff. The sheriff requested aid from the Texas Rangers. Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned.
There's the body, Ranger. Black hound dog over there came across it this morning, set up a holler. Owner heard her, knowed she'd found something, and come running.
I see. Which one owns the dog?
Fella in the Mackinac, Sam Richardson. His farm adjoins this one along the east fence.
Who are the other two men?
Harry Trent, farm on the north, is his, and Slim Ferryman. Slim worked this place with Mullen. They was buddies in the war or something. You want to talk to him?
Yeah, in a minute. Anybody touch that pitchfork?
Nope, not even me yet. I figured it must be the murder weapon, blood all over the prongs. Hard to read prints off that handle, though.
Yeah. Marks on the body show Mullen was jabbed twice.
Once would have been plenty. I sent for the JP, but I don't think we need an inquest to tag this as murder.
No. But he'll have to order a medical examination to establish the time of death. Mullen felt kind of funny. The left leg bent in under him.
Well, there's a reason for that. Pull up the pants leg and you'll see.
Yeah. That explains it, all right. Artificial leg. He in some kind of an accident?
If you can call Okinawa an accident. He hit the beach there with the 1st Marines. Lost a leg and an eye. Left eye's glass.
He could have picked an easier life than farming. Did he have any family?
Sister, Ellie, lives over at Holtzville. Guess I'll have to bring her the news.
You could call the local minister at Holtzville. He can tell her better than you can. And we can drive over and see her later and find out if she knows anything.
That's a good idea.
I'll talk to these other fellas now.
Okay. They don't seem to know much, though.
They may know when Mullen was last seen alive. Isn't often a man gets pitchforked to death out in his own fields.
Yeah. Fellas, this here's Ranger Jace Pearson. Ranger, this is Sam Richardson.
Howdy.
Hello.
Harry Trent.
Hello.
Slim Ferryman.
Glad to know you.
Richardson, the sheriff tells me your dog found the body.
That's right. Oh, must have been about 4 a.m. I was just getting out of bed when I heard her, so I come a-running.
You always run out and investigate when you hear one of your hounds baying?
Nope, but that black hound of mine's a good one. And I ain't never heard a dog sound off like she did.
I see. When did you see Mullen last alive?
Yesterday morning. Passed each other along the fence and said howdy.
How about you, Mr. Trent?
I hadn't seen him for a couple of days.
Reckon Slim here saw him last then.
How about it?
Well, sure, reckon I did. Last night we ate, and then I turned in early.
Then this happened during the night.
Must have, as far as I know.
Why would Mullen come out to this field at night?
I don't know. I didn't even know he'd left the house until Richardson here come pounding on the door and woke me up this morning after he found the body.
You live right on the place, Slim?
Huh?
How come you didn't hear Richardson's dog?
Well, I was sleeping kind of heavy. I took a sleeping pill last night. Must have knocked me out good. Had a rough day yesterday.
What do you mean rough?
Well, all the extra chores, loading the alfalfa from this field onto the truck.
I was wondering how come there were so few bales from such a big cutting.
Well, Mullen had a buyer for most of it, I reckon. Anyhow, he carted it off.
Yeah, I see the tire tracks. Any idea who he sold it to?
He didn't say.
Think somebody paid him for the stuff, then came back to rob him of the money, Jace?
Could be, Sheriff. Except that Mullen made the robbing mighty convenient by coming out into this field at night. When we learn why he came out here, we'll be learning a lot. After a while, the justice of the peace showed up and took charge of the body. The sheriff made his call to the minister at Holtzville so he could break the news to Mullen's sister. We gave her a couple of hours to get a grip and then drove over to see her.
He was only here last Sunday. As spending the day with us, playing with the baby and arguing with Dan.
Who's Dan?
My husband.
What were they arguing about?
I didn't mean a real argument. Politics, cost of living. You know how men get talking. And now he's dead.
Take it easy, Ellie.
That's your brother's picture over the fireplace, isn't it?
Yes, in his uniform. Just before he went overseas in the war. Before he was hurt.
Anybody you know of who might gain anything by having your brother out of the way?
No. He never made any enemies.
Guess it was robbery like we figured before, Jace. No money on him and none in the house that we could find.
Might have had time to bank the crop money yesterday. We can check that with the bank.
Might as well go then. Ellie, you shouldn't be here alone at a time like this.
The minister's coming back later.
Why don't you call Dan, have him come home from work?
He's away for a few days on a business trip.
Oh, away on a business trip, huh? Who's he working for?
He's buying and selling for Hatton's Feed and Grain Company. Don't worry about me. I'll be all right.
Well, if there's anything I can do, just holler. Bye, Ellie.
Goodbye, ma'am.
Goodbye. You gotta find out who killed my brother. You can't let him get away with it.
We'll try not to, ma'am.
I never thought how her husband's job might fit into this.
Buying and selling feed and grain, huh?
Mullins sold that alfalfa. Most likely man he'd sell it to would be his own brother-in-law.
It's something we're going to check on. Hop in.
Gonna put out a radio pickup for him?
No, we'll drive over to the Hatton Feed and Grain. They'll know where he is. We'll pick him up ourselves. Hatton's Feed and Grain Company told us the area that Mullen's brother-in-law Dan was working. We caught up to him next morning making a selling stop at a dairy farm.
That must be Dan's car there by the barn. Hatton Company emblem on it.
Yeah, let's find him.
There he is. Other end of the barn, leaning on a stall. Must be the owner he's talking to.
Call him down here.
We don't have to. He sees us coming this way now.
Watch out for any sudden moves, just in case.
Howdy, Sheriff. Looking for me?
Ranger and I'd like a word with you.
Reckon it's about Ellie's brother.
You heard about it, huh?
Yeah, on my car radio this morning. I called Ellie a little while ago. She told me you'd been to see her. A couple of stops I just got to make around here, and then I'm heading for home.
When did you see Mullen last?
2 days ago when I started out on this trip.
You stopped by his place?
That's right.
Social call or business?
Business. Made a bid on his alfalfa. We're just about finished sweating, ready to be hauled for storage.
How'd you pay him for it? By cash or company check?
I didn't pay him for it, Ranger. He said it wasn't for sale.
You better be sure of that, Dan.
What do you mean?
He means that alfalfa was sold and moved just before Mullen was killed, the same day you stopped there.
Whoever told you that's a liar.
It's no lie, Dan. We saw it with our own eyes. Everything was hauled from there except maybe a dozen bales.
I don't care what you saw. I know that alfalfa wasn't for sale, to me or anybody else.
What makes you so sure of that?
I'll tell you what makes me so sure. You can check it with the bank. Bob told me he'd made arrangements for a bank loan to buy 20 head of dairy cattle. That's why I'm sure. He was getting them in next month, and he needed that alfalfa for winter forage. He couldn't have sold it, not to anybody.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. We continue now with tonight's case, Blood Harvest, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
Mullen's bank verified the loan for buying the dairy herd. Unless he'd changed his mind suddenly, Mullen wouldn't have sold the feed he'd been needing for his own stock. The sheriff and I headed back for Mullen's farm.
Don't see Slim around any place.
He may be into the funeral home. Let's take a look at the barn.
We've looked at the barn before, Jace. No way we could miss a couple hundred bales of alfalfa.
No, but we might have missed something we weren't looking for the last time.
Just look up. You see the loft is almost empty. He didn't need much forage with just one horse to feed.
No, I'm not looking for forage. Here's what I'm interested in.
It's just a bunch of scrap lumber.
And a keg of nails. Just about what he'd need to build stalls for that dairy herd. Now, Mullen was too far ahead with his plans to change his mind, if you ask me.
Sure looks that way.
Where'd Mullen keep his hay truck? That vehicle shed out back?
Yeah.
Come on.
What do you want to see, Jace?
The truck that Slim said he and Mullen loaded that alfalfa on.
Looks like the shed is locked.
Huh? Oh, no, it isn't. It's the wooden peg stuck through the lock ratchet. We can pull it.
I'll help you roll it back.
Yeah.
There's the truck.
This the only truck he's got?
Yep.
If this truck was used to haul alfalfa bales, they must have been tighter than any bales I've ever seen. Look at that truck bed. Clean as a whistle. Not a straw on the floor.
No.
Hey, Sheriff. This isn't the truck that was loaded out in that field.
You can't be sure of that just because the bed is clean.
No, but I can be sure by the tires. Look at them. Tread's worn down almost smooth. The tire marks we saw out in the field were well marked. Plenty of tread.
Hey, that's right, they were.
Come on. Take Mullen's horse from the barn, throw a saddle on it. I'll get charcoal out of my trailer, and we'll take a little ride.
Where to?
Out to the fields first, where I can make a plaster cast of that tire tread. Truck was loaded heavy. Impression was deep enough to hold.
Why can't we drive out?
I want to cut across the neighboring farms, too, and see if we can find any matching treads in other fields. We can see the ground better as we move on horseback.
It's as easy to drive around to the farms and check the tires on the trucks like we did here.
Yeah, but I don't want to be seen doing that. If we scare the man we're after, he might run before we get to him.
Okay, I'll have this nag ready in a minute. If you're right, Jace, Slim Ferryman has been lying about moving the alfalfa. Easy, boy.
We'll find out. If he was lying, it'll explain why Mullen was out to that field at night. Because it'll mean that the crop was being stolen at night. And he was killed when he saw who was stealing it.
How long does it take that cast to dry, Jace?
I'll be ready in a minute.
Liable to be a lot of truck tires with that same tread.
Sure, but this piece I'm making a cast of has a cut mark across part of the tread.
Oh, I see.
Find that same mark again someplace else, we can make another cast to use for evidence. Here, this is dry now. How's that, Sheriff?
Good, clear impression, Jace.
Come on. Let's ride. We checked the neighboring farms. Sam Richardson's place was clear, and so were the two others. And we cut through the north fence to Mullen's farm and into the acreage owned by Harry Trent.
Looks like Trent moved his alfalfa crop too, Jace. Fields are clear.
Yeah. Where's the farmhouse?
Other side of that patch of trees.
Good. That'll keep us covered. Keep your eyes on the ground.
Right. Hey, hold it.
Ooh.
Hold it.
What is it?
Nothing. Tractor marks there. Not what we're looking for.
Oh. Well, let's keep going.
Hey,
There's quite a bit of straw on the ground over to the right, Sheriff. Let's move that way.
Hey, boy.
Yeah, Sharky.
Yeah. Probably Trent had his bale stacked there.
Huh? He sure did. That's what we're looking for. Ooh, charcoal.
Oh, easy. Kind of dim, Jace, but they're the same tread, all right.
Yeah, it looks like the same cut mark in the tread. I'm going to make another cast. Then after dark, we can slip in and take a look at Trent's barn and his truck. We slipped back that night. Trent's truck tires were the ones we were looking for. Heavy duty. We went from the vehicle shed to the barn.
Pretty dark night, Jace. Hardly see in here either.
Yeah, I don't see enough to find what I want. There's a ladder to the left. Right, here it is. All right, I'm going to climb up. Give me your flashlight.
Here you are. Anything up there?
Just a few bales. I reckon Trent sold most of his alfalfa crop, too.
Even if he had Mullen's crop here, no way we could prove it.
That's where you're wrong, Sheriff. If Trent had it, we're going to prove it. We cleared the farm without being spotted. Got to my car and drove back to town. Robert Mullen's wake had just ended at the funeral home as we pulled up at the sheriff's office.
We didn't have to be so careful out at Trent's place, Jace. There he is going toward his car. Must have come in to pay his respect.
He just came out of the door of that cafe. Oh, look who's in there at the counter.
Slim Ferryman.
Yeah, we could use some coffee. Come on.
Well, how Howdy, Sheriff and Ranger.
Howdy, May. How's the coffee?
Try stirring it, and it'll fling the spoon right back at you.
That sounds strong enough. Pour a couple.
All right.
Mind if we sit with you, Slim?
Help yourself. Yeah, got a line on who killed Mullen yet?
No. Too bad Mullen never mentioned the name of the man he was selling that alfalfa to.
No, too bad.
You think he might have mentioned it to one of the neighbors, Sam Richardson, maybe, or Harry Trent?
No, I don't think so.
I guess it isn't likely. Man who doesn't tell his plans to an old buddy living right in the same house with him, I guess he wouldn't tell anybody.
Well, here's your Java, Sheriff.
Thanks.
Ranger.
You and Mullen go all through the war together?
No, just part of it.
Mm-hmm. Where'd you meet? South Pacific?
No, here in the States. I was a ward man at the General Hospital.
Oh, then you weren't in action together.
No.
I see. I thought you were real close friends.
We were. Who says we weren't?
Well, take it easy. Nobody said so. I just meant you weren't as close as buddies are when they're under fire together.
We were plenty close, and don't let nobody tell you different. Mullen was the best friend I ever had, see?
Sure.
When you get the guy who killed him, I'd like to be there to watch when they strap the rat in the electric chair.
I know just how you feel. I'll do my best to arrange that for you.
Here's your money, May.
Oh, thanks, Slim.
I'm going back to the farm and get some sleep if I can. Hardly had any since this happened.
That's too bad. Maybe you ought to take one of your sleeping pills.
Yeah. Maybe I will. Good night. Good night, Sheriff.
Night, Slim. You sure rattled his teeth, Jace. He was pretty frank about his service record, though.
Only because he knew I could check it if he lied. Let's skip this coffee. I want to see Ellie and her husband, Dan. Ellie and Dan were keeping a lonesome night vigil beside the body of Robert Mullen. We beckoned Dan outside.
What is it? I don't want to leave Ellie alone too long.
I'm afraid you'll have to leave her alone for a while if you want to help us spring the trap on the man who killed your brother-in-law.
You know who did it?
I think so, but I need your help to prove it.
You gotta help her. What do you want?
How much acreage did Mullen have in alfalfa? Looked like 7 or 8 acres.
8's right.
You know how much it'd yield?
About 2 ton to an acre, 16 ton all told. That's a good yield for this year. He took good care of his land. Why?
I'll tell you in a minute. Sheriff, we saw Trent's alfalfa acreage. I'd say he'd cut about 6 acres.
About that?
You don't have to say about. 6 acres is right.
How do you know?
I bought Trent's alfalfa crop from my company.
Good. How much?
Almost 12 ton. Same acre yield as Bob Mullen.
12 tons. Are you sure that's all?
Of course I'm sure.
The feed and grain companies keep a record of everybody they purchase from?
Sure.
Can the lots be identified? I mean, are they tagged or stored in such a way you could tell who they were brought from?
Yeah, they are.
What are you aiming at, Jace?
Final proof to break Trent down? Dan, I want you to come with me. We'll get one of the bales Trent sold to your company, and then we're going to wake up every other feed and grain buyer in the county to see if he sold any more than 12 tons. We got what we were after. The day after Mullen was killed, Trent had sold an additional 15 tons to another company almost 50 miles away. We got a sample bale and brought it back to the sheriff's office. Hey, put it down here, Dan.
Yeah.
So Trent did sell more of it, huh?
15 tons more.
Don't see how you can tell this bale from the other one.
You can when you weigh them. Trent's bales average 110 pounds to the bale on his own stuff. The bales in this second batch are tighter packed, about 140 pounds to the bale.
Hey, wait a minute, Ranger. There's something else different, too. I just noticed. Look at the wire on the bales.
Looks the same to me.
Maybe, but you're not as used to seeing baling wire as I am. Wire on the bales Trent sold me is 16 gauge. Wire on this other bale is 14 gauge. Bob Mullen always used 14 gauge.
Come on, Sheriff. Let's get Trent and make him talk. Once he opens up, we'll see where Slim Ferriman fits.
Jace, I see the picture as clear as you do now, but how are we going to prove that this second batch of alfalfa was stolen from Mullen's place?
We don't have to prove it. Trent's the one who has to do the proving. We do things big in Texas, but he's the first man who ever sold 27 tons of alfalfa from 6 acres. Let's go. It was still dark when we turned in the road to Trent's farmhouse, and the light went on inside as we came to a stop. Trent came to the door.
Oh,
about you fellers? I heard a car and
You thought it was somebody else?
No, I didn't know who it was.
Oh, I thought you might be expecting Slim Fairman.
No. Why would Slim come here?
Take a few lessons in farming, maybe? So you could show him how to raise 27 tons of alfalfa on 6 acres?
26?
You must have raised that much, Trent, because you sold that much.
The 15 tons of it belonged to Mullen. He baled heavier and used 14-gauge wire while you used 16-gauge.
I bought Mullen's crop.
Why would he sell it to you instead of his brother-in-law, Dan?
I hauled it for him. He thought the price would be better someplace else.
Not enough to haul it 50 miles. And besides, you made that sale yesterday, after Mullen was killed.
I had to do it. I was in a trap. If I told you about it, Slim would have killed me.
Did he kill Mullen? Were you an eyewitness?
Yeah, I saw him do it. I never touched Mullen.
Where's Slim now?
I thought you were him when you drove up. He's coming here this morning. I got to check for Mullen's alfalfa, and Slim was going to pick it up and take it someplace for cashing.
There's a car coming now, Jason.
Handcuff Trent to the doorknob of that closet. Quick.
Right.
I didn't kill him.
Shut up.
Come on, Sheriff. Slim won't stop. He'll see my car as he makes the turn for the house.
He saw it. He's turning around.
Get his tires.
That stopped him. He's running for it, Jace.
Move off to that side. The car is shielding him.
Right.
Stop running, Slim. You can't beat a bullet.
He ducked into the barn, Jace.
Circle in from the side and keep the door covered. I'm going in after him. The ray of dawn was washing across the sky, but the barn was in deep shadow. I slipped in along the side wall and moved slowly toward the stalls. I didn't see what came at me. I just sensed it hurtling through the air, and I threw myself to the side, hit the ground, and fired.
You get him, Jason? You all right?
Yeah. He threw that sickle at me from the stall. I didn't see him. Don't even know how I hit him. I just felt it coming and fired.
Mighty good aim. He's dead.
So is Bob Mullen. Let's get Trent and take him in.
For his complicity in the robbery and murder of Robert Mullen, Harry Trent was sentenced to Huntsville Penitentiary for 50 years.
And here again is the star of our show, Joel McCrea, with another interesting story about the Texas Rangers.
The equipment of a Texas Ranger includes a pair of 6 guns, a rifle, a shotgun, and other weapons. Not to mention his horse trailer, automobile, and scientific crime detection apparatus. However, there's been a fictional addition to the equipment as the result of motion pictures, an addition that has the Rangers scratching their heads ruefully. It came to the attention of one Ranger recently as he passed 2 small boys on the street. The small fry turned to stare at him. The Ranger got quite a shock when he heard one of them say, "Oh, shucks, he ain't a real Texas Ranger. He ain't got a guitar." Well, such is the influence of modern fiction. But fortunately, the criminals know the truth. When they see a real Texas Ranger, they don't look for a guitar. They look for the quickest means of transportation. They want distance, not music. Good night, folks. See you next week.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea is currently seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production, Frenchie. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Lou Krugman, Herb Bygren, Tom Tully, Wilms Herbert, Betty Moran, and Gigi Pearson. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcock, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. Al Gibney speaking.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Here's news of 2 outstanding musical events. This Saturday, January 27th, Arturo Toscanini begins the first of a new series with the NBC Symphony. And starting Monday, January 29th, the Boston Pops Orchestra will be heard in a new Monday evening concert series. They call infantile paralysis the visible crippler. It strikes without mercy any place, anywhere. You can fight him with your dimes and dollars, though. Send them today to your local March of Dimes headquarters. Join the 1951 March of Dimes. Remember, Arturo Toscanini once again conducts the symphony next Saturday on NBC.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. More classic old-time radio coming your way next.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Joel McCrea in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles. And 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Now, from the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, Loggers' Larceny.
It is mid-afternoon, September 7th, 1938. Two loggers employed by the Gulf Lumber Company are marking timber near a lonely stretch of company logging road in the Piney Woods region of East Texas.
There. Cutting crew ought to be able to see that, Mark.
Yeah. Well, looks like that's the last decent stick left in this stand of timber, too.
Plenty more trees in the woods. Come on, we'll cross the creek and start working that stand up on the other side of the road there.
We're already marked an awful lot of trees today. I think my axe is heavier than yours. I could do with a breather.
Yeah, catch it on the run then. Come on. You'll get used to that axe. I told you I'd make a logger out of you. Just stick with me, kid. I'll put muscles like this on your arms. Air on your chest, iron in your fist.
Yeah, if I live through it. Bull, I'm about done in. Oh, man, that creek sure looks good.
Yeah, don't let it fool you. Ain't fit to drink down here. Sawdust pile at the mill poisoned it.
Well, what do we do, Wade?
Sure, ain't deep enough to swim, is it? Or do you want to ride across piggyback?
Hey, Bull, look.
Huh?
Over there on the other side. Up there against that old cut-over stump.
That's a car.
Yeah, upside down, all smashed up.
Well, come on. Somebody might be hurt.
Hey, Bull, that's one of the company cars on the mill.
Yeah, I see. Sure is wrecked, ain't it?
Yeah. Hey, smell that gasoline.
Tank's busted wide open.
Sure good thing there wasn't a spark.
Uh-huh. There'd been some fire if that gas had caught. Hey, look here, kid, in the front seat.
Who is it, Bull?
It's old man Hutton. What's left of him.
It's the paymaster. Come on, we better get him out of there.
No, we can't do nothing for him. But get a load of this bank bag.
Hey, that's full of money.
Uh-huh. Payroll for the mill.
Bull, what are you doing? What are you stuffing that money in your shirt for?
Look, kid, we ain't been around here, understand?
Hey, you've got no right to that money.
Who's got a better one? Who's even going to know it's missing? Unless you shoot off your mouth.
Hey, you twisted my arm.
I'll twist your neck right off your shoulders if you let out one word.
Bull, the law.
Forget the law. Just remember you'll get the worst beating you ever had. You understand?
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, that's being smart. Here, throw this sack back in the car while I get my shirt buttoned.
There's still some money left in it.
Sure, all the coins and a few bills. No use being a hog, is there? Besides, this is going to look right. Throw it back in the car, I said.
Sure, Bull. Sure.
You got a match?
Crazy, Bull, a match with all that gasoline spilled around here?
Wait and see how crazy. Give me a match.
Okay. Here.
There's only one left in the box. That's all you got?
Yeah.
Well, we'll make you some counting. Now, get back out of the way.
The frantic mill superintendent waited until evening to report the missing paymaster and money. Sheriff Stanton immediately contacted the Texas Rangers. An all-points bulletin for the apprehension of the man was sent out, and Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned to the case. He arrived at the mill with the sheriff early the next morning.
Here's the mill office, Jace.
Might as well start there. The quicker we can get a line on Hutton, the better.
Yeah. If he's making a run for it, he's already got a big lead on us.
Sure. I've been waiting for you.
Meet Ranger Pearson, Mr. Browning. Mr. Browning's the mill superintendent.
Howdy, Mr. Browning. Pleased to meet you, Ranger.
Anything new here?
No. I'm kind of inexperienced at this sort of thing. I sure been waiting for you.
The delay's my fault. It was nearly sunup when I met the sheriff. We took time enough for breakfast and to drag the bank teller out of bed. He says your man Hutton left the bank about a half hour after closing time yesterday.
They waited until the street doors were closed before they started making up Hutton's orders for mixed currency.
They usually work it that way at the bank on paydays. $18,000 is a lot of money to count out, you know.
Well, we not only know how much money we're looking for, but how much of each denomination. I've got Hutton's list. The bank teller gave me a copy of it.
He sure must have slipped out quiet. Not a soul in town saw him after he left the bank. No telling which direction he headed. Would you have a picture of him by any chance, Mr. Browning, to sort of amplify the description we've already sent out?
Well, there may be one among his belongings in his shack. You know, Sheriff, I still can't believe Bob absconded with that money.
$18,000 is a lot of temptation, Mr. Browning.
I know it, but Bob Hutton's been with us for years. I'd have trusted him with every asset the company owns. I just don't know what to think now.
We won't rule out any possibility. Before we go through Hutton's things, I'd like to talk to any of your crew who might have been working near the road yesterday afternoon.
Well, Foreman Bull Evans and his helper were marking a stand of timber over by Pine Creek. They're down in the drying yard this morning. The rest of the crew's out in the woods.
How do they feel about Hutton not showing up?
Quite a few of them wanted to dig up a rope and go hunting for him. But Bull Evans talked them out of that.
Let's go find this foreman of yours. He sounds like some talker. Maybe he can tell us something.
Put your shoulder to the dolly, kid. Here. Yeah, that's good. I will stack this load of sheathing beside that last bunch of 2-bys. Stand them on in and slide them in against the ridgepole there.
Okay. This green stuff's as heavy as lead.
Stack it up there straight. Want the whole blame rack to come down on top of you? What's the matter with you? You nervous?
No, I ain't nervous. Give me a hand, won't you, Bull?
Sure. There. Like I told you, keep your mouth shut and nothing will happen to you.
Okay.
Get that next stick now.
Like that?
Maybe we'll make a logger out of you yet.
Bull, look, here comes the boss and a ranger.
Yeah, and the sheriff. So what? Grab that next stick and remember what I told you about talking. Hello, boss. Sheriff, find old man Hutton on the payroll yet?
Well, this is Ranger Pearson.
Oh, howdy, Ranger.
Ranger and the sheriff want to ask you and the boys some questions.
Well, sure. Glad to help. Hey, kid, hold it a minute there, will you?
Yeah, sure.
I understand you were working somewhere near the road from town yesterday afternoon.
No, we're working a stand over on Pine Creek. Sometimes it was near the road, sometimes it wasn't.
Did you see anything of Hutton or the company car he was driving?
We didn't see any car, did we, kid?
No.
Did you hear a car going either way on the road?
Yeah, we didn't hear nothing. We didn't see nothing. I'm afraid you're barking up a wrong tree, Ranger.
How's that, Bull?
Old man Hutton wasn't crazy. He'd seen a chance at a lot of money, and he took it. He never headed back this way from town. You'll pick him up someplace long gone from here.
All right, Bull. That's all.
Yeah, come on, kid. Let's get back to work.
Wait a minute. I haven't talked to your helper yet.
Well, Bull told you. We didn't see nothing. I don't know nothing about that money.
We're looking for a man right now, son. Not the money he was carrying. Are you as convinced as Bull here that he ran off with the company payroll?
Well,
Well, are you or aren't you?
I don't know nothing about it, I tell you.
What are you so nervous about?
Well, nothing. I just don't know nothing about it.
Look, son, maybe you don't know it, but there's a severe penalty for withholding information from the law in this state. If you do know anything about this case, anything at all, it's your duty to tell the ranger and me now.
Well,
Yeah?
Well, there's a pretty bad turn over there on Pine Creek. Mr. Hutton might have had an accident when nobody was around.
Say, that is a possibility, Ranger. That's the worst stretch along the road. And one of those turns is a bad one.
Old Bob Hutton could drive that road backwards and blindfolded. He's been doing it for years. Besides, me and the kid come in by the road last night. There wasn't no wreck along it then.
Did you see anything, son?
No, there wasn't nothing along the road when we went by.
We came out that way this morning, Jace. Wasn't anything inside then either.
Well, the area along the creek is an old cutover. Brush has come back thick in spots. The car down in there could be completely hidden from the road.
Well, we're going to have to search every inch of the way out from town to eliminate accident as a possibility in this case anyway, Jace. This bad turn out by the creek sounds like as good a place as any to begin with.
Yeah, let's get out there and take a look. You mind showing us that cutover, Mr. Browning?
Well, not at all, Ranger. I'll get my car and you can follow me. Bull, if anything comes up here while I'm going, you take care of it for me, will you?
Oh, sure, boss. Sure. I'll take care of everything.
Hey, don't you want me to go with you?
No, thanks, son. You better stay here.
Yeah, kid, you stay here. There's going to be plenty to keep you busy.
Roadside tracks and broken brush near the bad turn on Pine Creek were so faint we nearly missed them. The car itself was completely screened from the road by brush. It was badly burned and lay upside down on an open patch of grass. The body of its driver slumped near the wheel.
It's an accident, all right, Jace.
Seems like.
Good heavens. What a way to die.
Marks indicate Hutton lost control when he left the road. Judging from the damage to the car, I think there's no question but what he was dead when the wreck caught fire.
Well, I hope so. I told you I couldn't believe Bob Hutton would steal that money.
Looks like you were right, Mr. Browning. Here, look in this window.
Yeah. What a mess.
There's your money, what's left of it. There beside the springs of that burned seat cushion.
Oh, yeah. I see some corn rolls with the wrappers burned off.
And that fluff of ash on top of them is what's left of the paper money.
It's hard to believe it would burn that much.
It was a mighty hot fire while it lasted. Even the body metal's warped all out of shape.
Well, Jace, looks like it's back to town for us. I got to get an undertaker's wagon out here to pick up his body.
Yeah, I'll have to kill that all-points wanted bulletin on Hutton, too.
Guess that'll about wind this up, huh?
I'm not so sure, Sheriff.
What do you mean?
This just doesn't feel quite right.
What doesn't?
Finding this car like this. We might have looked for a day before we found it down here in this brush.
Well, don't you have more to go on than that, Ranger?
Nope, nothing more. Just a hunch.
It seems like working on hunches would be kind of dangerous in your business.
It usually is, for somebody. Come on, I want to get back to the mill.
Well, what do you want to go back there for? You don't need a phone. You can use your car radio.
Yeah, I know. But there's something funny about this. I want to get it cleared up. Hey, Sheriff, look out.
Huh?
Watch where you're stepping.
What is it?
That matchbox.
Oh.
Hey, wait a minute.
What's so important about a matchbox?
It could be plenty important. Here, look where it's lying.
I don't get you, Jace.
All right, look up there, Sheriff. That's where Hutton's car turned over. It slid down from there on its roof. The matchbox is right in the track, and it hasn't been crushed.
Meaning it was dropped after the wreck.
What?
That's right, Sheriff. Let's see. It's empty. The last match was used and the box thrown away.
Well, used for what, Ranger? What's a matchbox got to do with Bob Hutton's death?
Maybe nothing. But even when a car's as badly damaged as this one was, even when it's drenched with gasoline, it doesn't always catch fire. Let's go back a minute.
Do you know what you're saying?
I think so.
You mean somebody could have deliberately set this car afire after the accident?
If this was an accident.
Oh, but look, Jace, the only possible reason for arson in a case like this would be to cover taking the money Hutton had with him. And it's still there. What's left of it, anyway.
I know, Sheriff. There we are. Give me a hand, will you, Sheriff?
Sure, Jace. What do you want to do?
And see if we can't get what's left of that money out without disturbing the ash around it. I want to send it into the lab.
What'll that get you?
If any of it's missing, they may be able to tell us. We removed the remains of the charred money bag and its contents as carefully as possible and packed them for transfer to the laboratory. When we drove back to the mill yard, Bull Evans was just coming out of the office.
Hi. You find any sign of Hutton?
Yes. He's dead, Bull.
Dead?
He had an accident near Pine Creek.
Just about where that kid suggested we look, too.
Well, can you beat that?
Where is the kid? I think we'd better talk to him again.
Well, you ain't going to get much out of him, Ranger.
Why?
No, these young punks never look where they're going or what they're doing. He's got himself really bunged up.
Where is he?
In the first aid room back at the office. I wanted to send for a doctor, but he wouldn't let me. I got him on a cot back there. He don't feel so good.
Let's take a look. Come on. You too, Bull.
Yeah, sure. Right through there, Ranger.
Okay. Easy, kid. Let's have a look at it.
No. Leave me be.
Why, his face is beat to a pulp.
Bruises on his ribs and belly, too. What happened to you, son?
No, go away.
You better answer the ranger boy. What happened to you?
Go on, kid. Tell him what happened.
The drying rack. It fell on me.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. We continue now with tonight's case, Loggers' Larceny, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
The kid was in no condition for further questioning. When we were unable to persuade him to submit to medical treatment, the sheriff and I returned to town and had a talk with the justice of the peace. The next morning, the sheriff attended Hutton's inquest while I waited in his office for a call from our lab at Austin. It had just come through when the sheriff returned.
Sorry to be so long, Jace.
Oh, I was comfortable, Sheriff. You got a nice office.
Thanks.
Inquest over?
Yeah.
Death by natural causes, I suppose.
Yeah, failure of the heart. Doc says Hutton was dead when his car left the road. An out-and-out accident. Oh, look, Jace, it's like the JP told you last night. That matchbox don't mean anything. It could have blown in on those tracks.
I guess this isn't my week for hunches, Sheriff. Now, the lab report came in, too.
How did it add up?
Coins in the bank sack tallied exactly with the withdrawal slip the teller gave us.
Oh, how about the bills, the paper money?
There were traces of them in the ash. The quantity was small and might indicate some paper money was missing, but it burned so completely the lab couldn't be sure.
Yeah, looks like that's that.
Yeah. Well, Sheriff, guess I better get started.
So long, Jason. Thanks. See you again on another case.
Yeah. Call us anytime you need us. You know, Sheriff, it still doesn't feel right.
You know, Jace, it doesn't to me either.
There's that matchbox. Sure, it could have blown in there, but that kid at the mill.
Yeah? What about the kid?
If he had a hunch Hutton's car was wrecked and where it might be, why didn't he tell his boss that as soon as he and Bull came in from the timber?
Yeah, that's right. As it was, he didn't tell us till we dragged it out of it.
That turn out there didn't have anything to do with Hutton's death. His heart quit. He could have gone over the edge anywhere along the road.
Yeah, but, Jace, he did go over at that turn.
Sure he did. And that's why the kid couldn't have known the car was there unless he'd seen it.
Then Bull Evans and the kid were lying. But why?
That's what we're going to find out. That and why the drying rack fell on the kid. Kind of funny two accidents should happen so close together. Come on, Sheriff. Let's get out to that mill.
I didn't look for you and Ranger Pearson back. Something new come out?
Not exactly, Mr. Browning.
Just a few loose ends. I want to talk to that kid who was hurt yesterday. How is he?
Oh, apparently a lot better than he looks.
How's that?
He was up for breakfast this morning. Insisted he was in shape to work.
In shape to work?
That's what he claimed.
That kid was in shape for a hospital.
Bull banked him up. He'd been taking care of him. I guess he ought to know.
They around the yard here?
Well, Bull didn't figure the kid was quite up to yard work. They went out with a felon crew.
Together?
Sure. Bull said he'd watch after the kid.
Oh, he did, huh?
Where are they?
Up in the northeast quarter of Section 3 someplace, about 4 miles out.
Come on, Sheriff. We better get out there. That kid was in no condition to work.
Well, you can't make it in a car. We haven't got our access road to that section finished yet.
You got any horses here?
Yeah. The one I use for making my rounds of the cruise is saddled up out back.
Bring it around for the sheriff. I'll get my horse unloaded from the trailer.
Right away, Ranger.
Come on, Sheriff. Get on the other side of that end gate, will you?
Sure. You think that kid's in any danger, Jace?
What do you think?
I'm beginning to think so.
So am I. Oh, back out, Sharky. Steady, boy. Easy, easy, boy.
Here you are, Sheriff. Stirrups ought to be about right.
Thanks, Mr. Browning.
Now, you take that work road at the corner of the yard. You begin to hit some of the crew out at the end of it. They can tell you just where Bull and his helper is.
Thanks. Let's go, Sheriff.
Up, Shark.
Come on, pick him up, boys. Following Mr. Browning's directions, we found some of his sawyers and axemen at work in deep woods. They sent us on to others, knowing only that Bull Evans and the kid were working somewhere up ahead. Hold it, Sheriff. Charcoal. Listen.
Somebody working over there.
Yeah, come on. Let's go, Charky. Yeah, come on, boy.
Is it Bull and the kid?
No. Woo, Charcoal.
Hey there.
Hi. Howdy, Sheriff. Ranger. What you doing out here?
Looking for Bull Evans and his partner. Boys down the line said they were up this way.
Yeah, they were a little while ago.
Where'd they go?
Blamed if I know. Them two are crazy.
Crazy? What do you mean?
That Bull was working over there. You can see the cut he was making.
Uh-huh.
The kid wasn't worth much, bunged up the way he was, so he was just fooling around, kind of grubbing out a little brush. Well, Bull come over to bum the smoke off of me, and when he turned around, the kid was gone.
Gone?
Yeah. Slipped off in the brush. Bull hollered for him. When he didn't get no answer, Bull took right off after him, swearing fit to make old Paul Bunyan turn over in his grave.
How long ago?
Oh, 10, maybe 15 minutes ago.
Come on, Sheriff.
Hey, look, what is all this?
Tell you later, son. Come on, let's go.
Lift him, Charky. Here's the tracks again, on this soft ground.
Yeah.
Ooh, Charcoal.
Oh.
Wait a minute, Sheriff.
Steady, boy. What do you make of it, Jace?
I don't like it. Where do you suppose that kid's heading?
Yeah, beats me. Wherever it is, he's sure heading there in a straight line and hard as he can go.
Yeah, with Bull apparently right behind him.
Makes about as little sense as that drying rack falling on him yesterday or Bull talking him into reporting for work this morning. What's between the two of them?
That's what we got to find out. Tracking us too slow. We're losing too much time.
That's pretty thick timber ahead. It ought to slow him up some.
Won't be much to follow when we get in there in those pine needles either.
Jace, maybe we better split, sort of spread out. That way we'll be...
Hey, hear that? Somebody in there's got a gun. Come on, get up, Charcoal. Come, go.
You know, I'm betting it's Bull.
Sounds like the shots are in the middle of that timber stand.
That's a bad place to work blind, Jace.
Yeah.
You might miss him complete in there.
Possible. Look, Sheriff, you cut around the timber the other edge in case somebody breaks out in the clear in that direction. I'll head straight for the sound of those shots.
Try to box them in, huh?
It's worth a try. Come on, Charcoal.
Come on, timber horse, let's go.
Deep into the timber, I stopped near a blowdown. A huge living pine tree blown over onto the ground. I wanted to listen for movement, but I knew an armed man was somewhere ahead of me, and Charcoal seemed to sense my tenseness. Whoa, Charcoal. Steady, boy, steady. Take it easy, Charky. Confound it, what are you shying away from? Whoa, boy. All right. Crawl out from under that blowdown.
No, don't shoot.
Nobody's going to shoot, kid. Crawl out of there.
No, get away, will you? Leave me be. He'll kill me if he finds me.
Get hold of yourself, kid. Who'll kill you? What for?
Bull. He almost caught me.
You're all right now, son. Come on out.
He shot at me. I crawled in there and he lost me. He ran on past. I heard him. But he'll be back.
You better tell me why he's after you. Come on, spill it, quick.
I saw him take the money.
From Hutton's wrecked car?
Yeah, we came down to the creek and there it was. He took the money and threw a match into the gasoline. He burned the car. Mr. Hutton's still in it.
Oh, settle down. Take it easy. Hutton was dead when his car left the road. Why didn't you tell us about this yesterday when we asked you?
Well, I tried to tell you, but Bull was standing there watching, listening. And look what happened to me afterwards.
That accident at the drying rack?
The accident. He pushed the rack over to make it look that way. Afterwards, he beat me and almost killed me.
Came close enough. Why didn't you sneak out to Mr. Browning with your story last night?
I never got a chance. Bull got a gun out of his pocketbook bag and kept it under his blanket all night, pointed at me. He never slept a wink. I had to get up this morning and make it look like I wanted to come out here to work with him.
Why'd you head in this direction when you made your break this morning?
Well, I figured if I could get to the money and get it back to Mr. Browning, this would all be over, and, well, then I'd be safe.
You know where the money is?
Yeah, it's in an old stump in a draw between here and the road.
Come on. Charcoal will carry double. We got some riding to do. I could understand the kid's terror. A professional criminal knows the odds against him and seldom goes beyond a certain limit. An amateur is like a man in quicksand, more desperate with every step and more dangerous.
There, that's the stump right over there.
Ooh, Charky. Ooh, boy.
There's a hollow on the other side of it. Hurry up, will you?
Uh-huh. Take it easy, kid. Charcoal made a lot better time than Bull could have made on foot. Besides, he's still probably looking for you.
Well, maybe he's been here already.
We'll soon see. Yeah, it's here, all right.
Can't you hurry?
Hey, this is a pile of money.
Yeah, I know. Come on.
All set, kid. Just as soon as I stash these bills away in my saddlebags. This is what you call valuable evidence.
And this is what's called a gun, Ranger.
Bull!
Praise both of you.
You're making a mistake, Bull.
You've made yours. Drop them saddlebags. You ain't getting that money. It's mine. Now drop them. All right, get off that horse, kid. Get off, I said. All right. Now start backing away from my money. Both of you. I told you I'd kill you if you opened your mouth, kid. Now it's going to be both of you.
You hurt, kid? No. No, are you okay?
Yeah, Bull's gun just didn't shoot very straight.
Boy, yours sure did, and fast.
That's what a spring clip holster's for, son.
Jace! Jace! Ho, boy, ho. Everything all right?
Yeah, for everybody but Bull.
He's dead?
Kind of.
What was the deal, Jace? Did he have some of the money from the wreck?
Show him what's in the saddlebags, kid.
All right. Here, Sheriff, take a look.
Looks like he had it all. How deep was the kid here in with him?
I reckon that's something the court will have to judge on the evidence. Here, give me a hand, Sheriff. We'll hang Bull across your saddle. He's got one last ride coming.
On November 12th, 1938, the kid was arraigned before the county court and found innocent of willful complicity in the theft from the paymaster's wrecked car. He was returned to society with a deeper appreciation and understanding of the duties of a citizen in the face of crime.
And here again is the star of our show, Joel McCrea.
You know, we're awfully grateful to you people for the nice letters you've sent in. It makes you feel good to know that there's some folks who just want to let you know that they're all for you and that they like your show. I know it's kind of an effort to sit down and write a letter or postcard to a voice hundreds of miles away, and that's why it would be downright ungrateful if we didn't thank you for your trouble. It's really a compliment. There's a little story I ran across about a ranger I thought you'd like to hear before we say goodnight. I thought it was kind of funny. It seems that in the days when the Texas Rangers were charged with the enforcement of the prohibition laws, their reputation for apprehending offenders caused moonshiners to keep a sharp eye out for these famed officers. One day on a lonely road in East Texas, a moonshiner with a load of bootleg whiskey rounded a turn and came upon a man dressed in khaki clothes, big hat, and boots, signaling him to stop. Frantically, he grabbed a wrench and broke all 10 of the 1-gallon bottles of whiskey. Turning to the man in the road, he called, "You can't arrest me, Ranger. You ain't got no evidence." "What do you mean, fellow?" replied the Texas Ranger. "I have a flat tire. Can you loan me your jack?" Good night, folks. See you again next week.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea is currently seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production Frenchie. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Bill Conrad, Stacey Harris, Parley Bear, and Bill Johnstone. This story was transcribed and adapted by Tom W. Blackburn, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. Hal Gibney speaking.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Monday is for music, the best in music on NBC. Tomorrow evening, the telephone hour brings you contralto Marian Anderson as guest soloist. And for a melodic blend of light classical and classical music, you're invited to the second concert in a new Monday evening series by the Boston Pops under the baton of Arthur Fiedler. Now, Jack Parr with the $64 question for more good times on NBC.
A tropical environment intertwined with the rugged but gorgeous wilderness which spans from redwood to sequoia. This comes to mind when someone thinks about California. Our next broadcast ran from 1941 to 1946 and tells the story of the expeditions of men and women that tried to tame the wilds that existed in early California. Based on the title records of its sponsor, Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, our next broadcast brought an appreciation of California through understanding of its past. We present to you Romance of the Ranchos, right here on HOJO Radio.
The Romance of the Ranchos. Los Angeles, 1822. American builds first church. Los Angeles, 1845. Pueblo named capital of California. Los Angeles, 1887. Greatest land boom of history reaches peak. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, a weekly dramatization of the highlights from the colorful history of our Southland. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, returns to tell another true story of the early days of Southern California. In a matter of months, we Americans must equip ourselves to conquer enemies who have been arming themselves for years. We can do this through our purchases of war savings bonds and stamps. This money will come back to us later with substantial interest, so it's an investment in our own financial future as well as in democracy. But the need now is urgent, so buy a war savings bond tomorrow. Now, here to tell us the story is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Tonight, we're going to recreate some of the highlights from the growth of the world's newest metropolis, the fastest-growing large city of the world, a city which was, until 65 years ago, a sleepy backwood village. Yes, I mean our own city of Los Angeles. Let's go back through the years and watch the Pueblo grow into one of the first cities of America. It's a story filled with the romance of the ranchos. The first white men to set foot on the site of Los Angeles were of the party of Gaspar de Portola, who was sent from Mexico to explore the possibilities of colonizing Alta California. When they arrived on the banks of the Los Angeles River, they found an Indian village called Yangna, situated near the present North Broadway Viaduct. That, then, was the first village of Los Angeles, and Father Crespi, the historian of the party, praised the spot as an excellent site for a mission. Later, the site was overlooked in establishing the nearby Mission San Gabriel, but Crespi's report made an impression on Felipe de Neve, the new governor of the province, and about the year 1780, he formulated a plan.
See? Come in.
You will send for me, Your Excellency?
See, Lieutenant. I'm going to send you on an important mission.
A mission? Where, Your Excellency?
To Mexico. Sonora.
All the way down there?
See? And it is very important. You are going to do some recruiting.
Recruiting? You mean we are going to need an army here? We are going to fight some?
No, Lieutenant. You are not going to recruit an army.
No? Then what?
I'm sending you down to recruit 24 families of farmers.
Farmers? What in the world do we want with farmers, Your Excellency? There are no farmers in Alta California. Only soldiers and priests.
See? And there is just the trouble. Here we pretend we are colonizing a new land, and we have no real settlers, farmers, and tradesmen at all.
Yeah, but what will they do? Where will they be stationed? The missions are full of Indians, the presidios are soldiers.
See, but the pueblos.
What pueblos?
The pueblos we will found. They shall soon become thriving little towns, see? And they shall supply the missions and the presidios with all the things they need. No longer must we wait for ships from Mexico.
You mean you are actually going to start pueblos here?
Absolutely. Already settlers are coming for San Jose. You will recruit others for a site in the south, at the river Porciuncula, near Mission San Gabriel.
But we shall never get them to come to this wilderness.
See, I think so. For we shall give them free land, theirs to hold for themselves and their children, so long as they shall obey the laws and apply themselves, and we shall give them implements and a yearly wage until they are able to support themselves.
Your Excellency, you think it will work?
I am sure of it, Lieutenant. You shall see. Some day you shall be proud to say that you have helped to found this new pueblo.
Far-sighted Governor Neve took the first steps toward our Los Angeles of today. But he found settlers reluctant to pioneer a barren new country, and only 11 families were finally brought from Mexico. And they were a far from impressive group, being composed mostly of mestizos and mulattoes. But the governor was determined, so on September 4th, 1781, he led the little procession across the plains from San Gabriel Mission to the barren little plaza which had been marked off as the site for the pueblo. And there, after Mass had been said, the governor rose.
Paisanos, we have said prayers for the success of this new venture we here found. I have no doubt that they shall have effect. But upon you 44 souls, 11 men, 11 women, and 22 children, falls the burden of making this venture a success, of building on this beautiful spot a thriving, prosperous pueblo. It is your burden and your honor to make the town we found here a service to the glory of God and to the crown. For on what you do here rests the success or failure of our entire plan of colonizing Alta California. So build well for yourselves, your children, and for future generations. If you do, who can foretell the glorious future for this pueblo we now found? El pueblo de Nuestra Señora la Reina de Los Ángeles de Porciúncula.
And so Los Angeles became one of the few cities of the world which didn't just grow. It was actually founded from nothing. Governor de Neve's plan was a brilliant success, but it was in spite of the pioneer settlers rather than because of them. For the most part, they were a lazy, shiftless group, not too happy about their situation and not too anxious to build beyond their immediate needs. As time went on and more responsible settlers drifted in, the tide changed. But even as late as 1820, the little town had a population of only 650, and the devoutly religious Californianos didn't even have a church. They journeyed miles to San Gabriel, or forced the padres to make the long trek in to conduct Mass in the plaza. About 1814, a church had been started, but the citizens couldn't seem to finish the job. So it was big news when the pueblo heard.
See, I tell you it is so. The church will soon be finished the way this Americano's working.
Americano? What is this Americano?
Oh, nobody knows. He speaks a strange language. It comes from some far-off country. Nobody knows. Nobody can understand him.
But how did he get here?
He was sailing with the privateer Bouchard. He was captured at Ortega Rancho by Sergeant Lugo. He's a prisoner.
And did the Rex work on a church?
See, but the senor is a devil with the work. Already has accomplished more than we have in 7 years. He cuts down the trees, so, whack. Then he trims them into a beam, so, whack, whack. Then he hauls them to the church and puts them in place, so. Presto. The church, it is almost finished.
Caramba, he is a strange man.
See, but just think, we shall have our church. The padres say, if the money holds out, we shall dedicate it perhaps in December.
But in spite of the yeoman work of the first American to reach California, Joseph Chapman, the money didn't hold out, and it became necessary to raise more. It was then that the residents of the pueblo heard.
The padres say it is up to us if the church is to be finished this year. We must do our part, they say.
So, they want us to work on it too, no? Will I not have enough work of my own to do? I don't care if the church is never finished. The fathers have no right to ask us, the citizens.
Wait, mi amigo, wait. They do not wish us to work. They have donated some brandy. They ask us to give a fiesta, sell the brandy for 5 cents a drink, and make enough money to build a church.
Brandy? Well, why didn't you say so? See, of course. Come, my friend. We must tell everybody. Everybody must help to build a church. See, with a brandy fiesta.
And after 7 years, the church was finally dedicated in December of 1822. And that same church of Our Lady, the Queen of the Angels, is still in use 120 years later on the Plaza of Los Angeles. Now, with the disintegration of Spain's colonial possessions, Mexico became a republic, and California had a new allegiance. This meant little to the Pueblo, but it affected the surrounding country mightily, for within a few years, the missions were secularized, and then began the wholesale granting of great ranchos which rapidly became the center of business as well as social life for Southern California, and the sleepy little Pueblo was left far behind. It became the place of business for the pioneer Americans like Juan Temple, Abel Stearns, Benjamin Wilson, Hugo Reed, William Workman, and John Rowland. But most of them, too, soon deserted the town for rancho life. And Los Angeles was noted chiefly as a hotbed for revolutionists. The dissatisfaction with Mexican rule was centered in Los Angeles, and it was there that the climax came in 1845 in the halls of the city council.
So this ayuntamiento, the only lawful assembly in California, still functioning, hereby declares Mitchell Torina deposed as governor, orders his expulsion from the Department of Alta California, and appoints Don Pio Pico as governor with Los Angeles as the capital.
But, senor, how can we do this? Mitchell Torena at the gates of the city and with an army.
See, and we have an army to meet him. We shall defeat him and drive him out.
The Angelinos made good their boast. Michel Toreno was deposed, Pio Pico was governor, and Los Angeles was the capital. All was accomplished by the bloodless Battle of Cahuenga. But Los Angeles' reign as capital of the province was to be short-lived, for within a year, the first tremors of coming war hit the Pueblo, and soon Pico's government had fled. Los Angeles was in the hands of Commodore Stockton's American forces. But the Pueblo was to see much excitement before the conquest of California was complete, for Stockton, forgetting the Angelinos' fondness for revolt, left the Pueblo in charge of a small American garrison. And soon, one thing led to another. The fiery young man by the name of Serbulo Varela touched off the fuse.
Paisanos, see, here it is, my proclamation. We have stood enough from these foreigners. See, I have demanded that the Americanos leave the city at once. And if they do not go peacefully, then we shall put them out by force.
300 Californians rallied behind Varela, and a full-dress revolt was on, one which was to last until it was finally crushed by the combined armies of Stockton and Kearny at the battles of San Gabriel and La Mesa. Then, once more, the Pueblo relaxed into its same sleepy composure. Though nominally American, it was to remain the lazy Mexican village for 3 decades more. The gold rush in the north brought a temporary boom in cattle prices, but it also brought troubles.
I say it's the duty of every man to get out and vote on this tomorrow.
Si, senor. But which side do we vote for?
Holy smokes, man. There's only one side to vote for. Separation, of course.
Separation? You mean that Southern California should be separated from Northern California?
Of course. Like Senator Andreas Pico says in his bill, he's going to make the southern counties a territory of Colorado.
But, senor, you think this is wise?
Why, of course it's wise. Just look at us. We're farmers down here, ranchers, cattlemen. What do we get from the state? Nothing. And yet, with less than half as many people, we pay twice as much in taxes as those dead-blasted northerners. We pay it all. And they get it all. It ain't right. This here bill's going to fix things. We're going to have a separate state.
Thus started an agitation for the division of Northern and Southern California that was to have its echoes throughout the whole history of the territory. But it came to no avail, even though the people of the Southland voted overwhelmingly in favor of it. For when the bill was received in Washington in 1859, the Civil War clouds already hung heavy over the nation's capital and in the Congressional Committee.
What about this bill to divide California into 2 states?
Well, what about it? It's tabled, and it's going to stay tabled.
But why?
Because it's perfectly plain to see that this is a trick of those Southerners.
I don't quite see what you mean.
Well, look, it's plain enough. We all know those Southern Californians are mostly Democrats and Southerners. Well, if we give them that separate state, that means there'll be 2 more senators in Congress. Southern senators, sir. And 2 more Southern senators will give them a majority. You see what that would mean to the slavery question?
Why, yes, of course. Bury that bill and bury it as deeply as you can.
And so state division was buried for all time. The Civil War struck, and though California remained loyal to the Union, there was much bitter feeling, many exciting scenes in the Pueblo streets during those war days. But the great majority of the population was Mexican and utterly indifferent to the Gringos' war, and so no serious clashes took place, and the Pueblo went its sleepy way for another decade. One effect of the gold rush had been to flood the Southland with desperados of all types, and from 1850 to 1870, Los Angeles was known as the toughest town on the frontier. At times, murders averaged at least 1 a day and caused not a ripple of excitement. Lynchings by the vigilantes was the usual course of justice, and they were plentiful. The wave of lawlessness finally culminated in a riot so wild that it shocked the whole nation, and by the intense reaction to it, finally brought law and order to Los Angeles. One day, in 1871...
Men, think what you're doing. You can't do this. Stop, please, stop. Calm down.
Tom, what is it? What is it, Tom? What's happened?
Oh, thank God you're here, Harry. Maybe you can help me stop them.
What is it? What are they doing?
Oh, it's the Chinaman. A Chinaman shot and killed Robert Thompson.
What?
And this mob is out to lynch every Chinaman they can get their hands on.
Good Lord, no.
Yes, they've already hung several. Now they've got 4 more cornered in that house.
Tom, they've got him. They've got him. They're dragging them away.
Stop, you men. You can't do this. Those men are innocent. They haven't done a thing. This is murder. You can't do it.
Oh, we can't, huh? Listen here, mister. You better get out of our way or you'll go up right alongside of him. We're going to see that justice is done.
But you can't do this.
Tom, be quiet. You can't stop this mob. You'll only get hurt. Now, come on, let's get out of here.
Oh, those poor devils. This is a day of shame that Los Angeles will never live down.
Yes, of course, you're right, but we...
All of us respectable citizens have got to see that this can never happen again. Los Angeles will never be a decent place to live.
Let us suppose that you're interested in buying a home. You see a house and lot that you like. You decide to buy it. You consult your real estate broker. He has it listed as belonging to Mr. Jones. But how do you know that Mr. Jones actually owns it? How can you tell what rights or claims or interests in that house and lot may belong to some other individual or corporation or municipality? How do you know what mortgages or judgments are liens of record on the property? How do you know who has a right-of-way of record across the lot? In theory, at least, you could establish all these and other necessary facts for yourself by personally examining hundreds of documents on file in as many as 50 different public offices. But it would take you weeks or months and involve heavy expense. And when you got through, you would not have positive assurance that you had examined all the instruments or that some of those which you did examine had not been improperly or fraudulently executed. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles will do all this work for you in a fraction of the time and for a fraction of the cost. And it will then ensure the completeness and accuracy of its findings up to the minute. That is title insurance. If you invest in land, it is neither economical nor quite safe to overlook the protection of title insurance.
The shocking Chinese massacre ended an era in the history of Los Angeles, and now the Pueblo settled soberly to the task of becoming an American city. Already, many present-day institutions had had their start.
In 1851...
Well, land sakes, what do you think of that? A newspaper, an honest-to-goodness newspaper, and all our own. Why, we're getting to be real citified.
The first newspaper, the Los Angeles Star, began publication.
In 1855...
The first public school was opened on the corner of 2nd and Spring. And Don Vicente Lugo's gift of his townhouse made possible the start of St. Vincent's College, now Loyola University.
In 1859...
Well, will you look at that? Who in the world could ever read that many books?
The first library association was started. Later, in 1872, the public library was founded.
In 1860...
The first telegraph line reached the city flashing news of the Civil War.
In 1868...
Step right up, ladies and gentlemen. The firm of Downey and Hayward is now open for business. We keep your money safe or lend you some if you need it.
The first bank came into existence in Los Angeles. The town was growing and leaving behind the sleepy Mexican village. But there were still less than 10,000 residents on September the 6th, 1876, when the most important event of the town's history took place.
One more good whack will do it, General.
All right, then. Here it is.
There it is. The railroad's finished.
All right, boys, bring the train on over.
Well, there she is. The Southern Pacific's through.
Yep, at last, Los Angeles has a rail connection with the East.
What a great day.
But it still makes me mad to think about that. They weren't going to let us include Los Angeles on the line. We had to pay $500,000 to get this railroad.
Well, Sam, after all, Los Angeles is just a little town. They don't know what we know, that she's going to grow to be an important city.
You bet your life she is. Why, I bet someday Los Angeles will have, well, maybe even 100,000 population.
100,000 population. It seemed far off in those days, but Los Angeles was an amazing city, more amazing than her own residents realized. With the coming of the railroad began a growth which was to transform the town and to obliterate forever the sleepy little Mexican village. It was slow at first, and the population was only 11,000 in 1880. But in 1886, after the Santa Fe had put its line through, the boom started.
George, what in the world's going on here? Oh, thank goodness you're here, sir. I can't handle a crowd like this. I'm a hotel clerk, not a sideshow, Barker.
What are they after?
Rooms. All of them want rooms. They came in on the 5 o'clock from the east.
You mean all these people came in on the train today?
These and 100 more. 5 trains full of them. All coming to settle.
But I don't understand. What's causing all this?
The fares. The 2 railroads are having a rate war. All these people came out here from Kansas City for $1 apiece. $1!
The fantastically low train fares poured thousands of eager home-seekers into Southern California in one of the wildest land booms the world has ever seen. Landowners were in clover, and prices soared.
Yes, sir. It's 2 acres of the finest land you ever seen. Close to town, perfect for building
Never mind. You said enough for me. I'll bid 1,000.
Don't bother with that, Parker. Why, I paid half that for my place in line at many a sale. I'll give 3,000 for it.
But, Ben, what are you doing? That land ain't worth more than a couple of hundred at the most.
Yes, that's what it used to be, but not now. Why, the way these prices are going, I'll resell this land for 3 times as much.
Speculation began to take the place of home buying, and prices skyrocketed. 60 new cities were laid out in Los Angeles County. According to one historian, there were enough subdivisions to accommodate 10 million people, enough syndicates to manage the affairs of the nation. This unhealthy state of affairs reached a peak in 1887, and suddenly, the bottom dropped out. The panic which followed drove many settlers away. But when the smoke was cleared away, the population of Los Angeles had still jumped to over 50,000. And a group of leading citizens gathered to take stock of the situation.
In spite of the ill effects of this boom, it is supreme evidence that we have a city here that people would like to live in. There's no reason in the world why we can't make Los Angeles one of the important cities of the nation. Our job now is to attract men and money, not for speculation, but for farming and industry.
That's right, and we'll do it. We have plenty to advertise besides our climate. We'll get out circulars, send letters. Yes, maybe even send back east a trainload of our prize oranges and other agricultural products. We'll show them that they can make a good living in Southern California.
Right, and for that reason I propose that we form an organization to promote the civic welfare of Los Angeles.
Thus, to combat the bad publicity of the land boom and to encourage a more responsible immigration to California, was formed the organization which is now the Los Angeles Chamber of Commerce. Later, in 1921, the All Year Club was formed to promote the summer tourist migration. And it was largely through the efforts of these two organizations that the phenomenal growth of the city took place. In 10 years, the population doubled to over 100,000. And now, because of the need for water, many smaller communities joined Los Angeles.
In 1895,
Highland Park.
1899,
Garbanza and University District.
1909,
Wilmington and San Pedro and the Harbor District.
1915,
Most of San Fernando Valley. And with the development of a great harbor, Los Angeles became an important seaport, too, and one of the first cities of the nation. Now came the growth which so amazed the whole world.
In 1910, the population was
319,000, an increase of 212%.
1920,
576,000, an increase of 80%.
1930,
1,238,000, an increase of 115%.
1940,
1,505,000 in the city, fifth largest city in the United States, and in Greater Los Angeles, 2,785,000 people lived. Today, 1942, the figure is probably nearer 3 million. Los Angeles is indeed one of the great cities of the nation and the world. But population figures are not the only ones to back up that proud boast. For Los Angeles is the first city in America in the production of aircraft, motion pictures, oil, and the shipments of citrus fruits. It is fourth in the manufacture of clothes and furniture. Until the war, it was the second city in the manufacture of tires and assembly of automobiles. Among the great industrial cities of the nation, it ranks fifth. And yet, only 65 years ago, when the first railroad came through, it was still a sleepy little village of about 10,000 souls, mostly Mexicans. Such is the progress of our Southland, and such is the romance of the ranchos.
Frank Graham will return to the microphone in a moment to give you a preview of next week's true story. Whenever an estate is administered upon, a certain part of it must go for the payment of taxes, probate, and other expenses. The amount by which such costs will shrink the estate can vary widely, depending upon the terms of the will and the estate plan. The Trust Department of the Title Insurance and Trust Company maintains an estate planning division, a primary function of which is the avoidance of unnecessary shrinkage of estates through inheritance. The capable and experienced officers of this division will work with you and your attorney without obligation in developing a plan for your estate, which may benefit both you and your family. A letter or telephone call to the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles will bring you complete information about this and other services of its trust department. And now, Frank, what's the story for next week?
Next week, we're going to trace the history of transportation in the Southland. From ox carts to the modern airliners, it's a story of progress that touches on many dramatic and colorful scenes. I know you'll enjoy it. So, until next week, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero, is dramatized by John Dunkel and produced by Ted Bliss, with special music arranged by Gaylord Carter. Bob Lamont speaking. Good night. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
The Romance of the Ranchos.
Los Angeles, 1805.
First American sailing ship touches at harbor.
Los Angeles, 1857.
First overland stage arrives in city.
Los Angeles, 1876.
First transcontinental railroad completed. Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, a weekly dramatization of the highlights of history of our Southern California. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, returns to bring us another true story of events of the early Southland. Sugar rationing, price ceilings, wage stabilization, and other governmental programs are only our first tastes of a good many more war measures to come. And don't believe anyone who tells you that they aren't vitally necessary. The best informed and most impartial observers assure us that the needs behind these steps are genuine and urgent, just as is the need for the money provided through our purchases of war bonds and stamps. Title Insurance and Trust Company urges you to invest in these securities as extensively as you can and to cooperate to the fullest in all conservation measures, present and future. And now here to tell us the story is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Tonight, our story traces the fascinating history of travel and transportation around Los Angeles. A history full of romance and drama, from ox cart to the modern airliner. It's a story of progress, full of the romance of the ranchos. The man who first discovered Alta California, Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo, sailed north from Mexico in 1542 in a small sailing boat, not even large enough to have a deck. 200 years later, the next white man came north to California, Captain Gaspar de Portola and his small party of soldiers. They rode on horseback and were known as the Leather Jackets because of the heavy coats, which served as their armor. As a result of these explorations, the Franciscan padres who came with the expedition founded the missions, and in their humility trod the long distances on foot. But as civilization came to the region of Southern California, the most characteristic vehicle of the time for transporting men and material made its first appearance. It was the carreta, the ox cart. It was almost an institution in those early days, a hollow framework of sticks set on an axle with two solid wooden wheels hewn from the trunk of a tree. But the ungainly structure was a thing of beauty to the Californiano.
Maria, come and look. It is finished.
Pedro, what do you mean? What is finished?
The new carreta. She is standing outside. Come, you must look at it.
Is that all? A new carreta is nothing to get so excited about.
No, just wait until you see. It is a thing of beauty. Come, you must see it.
See, but there is no need to run.
Maria, I have the oxen all hitched up, and we shall take a ride in it.
Oh, but, Pedro, I have work to do.
Never mind, your work can wait. We have a new carreta. We must take it around and show it to all the neighbors. There, what do you think? Is it not beautiful?
It is all right.
All right. Oh, Maria, after I have worked for days, dragging a tree from the mountains, cutting and pounding, and you say, it is all right.
It is fine, Pedro. As good a carreta as any, no doubt.
Better! Why, there is no finer carreta in all the pueblo.
Pedro, is it exactly level?
What do you say? Level?
See, isn't it a little lopsided, eh?
Oh, no. It just looks that way because it is on a hill.
Hill? The ground is perfectly flat here. But look, the carreta slants over this way.
Yeah, it is your eyesight, Maria. It is failing.
My eyesight is better than yours. You have just made one wheel smaller than the other.
Oh, that is ridiculous, Maria. They were both cut from the same tree trunk.
See. But did not anyone ever tell you that a tree trunk tapers down to a point? Huh?
So, all you can do is find fault with my carreta. After all the work I have done. So that you may not have to walk so far to the market.
Pedro, it is all right. It is a pretty good carreta in spite of the lopsided wheels. See, and it is the first one you have made, so you have done well. And the next one will be better, see.
Gracias. Now get in, and we shall take a ride.
Pedro, no. I have much work.
Come, no more work today. We must have some pleasure.
Pleasure? Must I?
See, of course. Don't you want to ride in my carreta? After all the work
I shall ride, Pedro. Here, help me up.
See, I shall lift. Now you shall see what a fine carreta it is. Come, ándale. There, you see, carita mia. Isn't it a fine carreta? Never will it break down.
No, but I cannot say the same for me riding in it. Caray, such bumps. Oh, I hope I may be spared this again.
One of those old carretas may still be seen on display at Olvera Street, and a look will suffice to tell you how uncomfortable they were. Now, as Los Angeles grew and the great ranchos came into being, the horse began to take the place of the ox as the principal means of locomotion. Californianos were among the greatest horsemen the world has ever seen, and they were justly proud of their abilities. The sports of the day were all performed from the back of a horse. The hard-riding vaqueros carried all their worldly possessions on their saddles, and the aristocratic rancheros displayed their wealth by their lavish riding costumes and their silver-mounted saddles, some of which were reputed to have cost as much as $2,000. To say that the Californiano almost lived in his saddle was no exaggeration.
Go on, mi amigo. Before we go home, I must stop in at the store of Senor Temple.
See, very well. I will go with you. Here are the horses.
Oh, let us walk. There's only a few steps to the corner.
Walk? You mean you want to walk when we can ride?
But it is only a few feet.
Amigo, I have not walked that far since I was a very small boy. If you will not ride, then I shall wait for you here, mi amigo.
Horses and ox carts furnished the local transportation in those early days, and California had no outside contact with the rest of the world. Packed trains and an occasional ship brought supplies from Mexico. Then, in 1805, Captain Shaler brought the first American ship into the harbor at San Pedro, and a new era dawned for the Southland. Soon, the ships of all nations were touching at the port, and for the first time, the manufactured products of the world were brought to Los Angeles. And with the activity at faraway San Pedro, a new mode of transportation made its appearance. An enterprising American, Phineas Banning, led the way in establishing stages and freight wagons from the port to the pueblo. But the traveler was taking his life in his hands to board one of the stages run by Banning or his rival Tomlinson.
Very well, gentlemen. Are we all in?
Yes. Everybody is settled.
And now, before we begin, senor, you have taken no part in the betting.
Betting? On what?
On the outcome of the race, of course, senor.
Race? You mean these two stages are racing into Los Angeles?
Exactly, senor. And it's considered unpatriotic not to have something up on it. Just enough to make it interesting, of course.
Very well. I'll bet a $5 on our stage.
A $5? Oh, you mean $5, senor?
Why, yes.
Well, there may be someone in the other stage who is willing to bet so little.
Oh, very well. Will $50?
There is a good sport, senores. $50 is offered. Who'll take it?
I will.
All right, senor. Place your bets with the driver. And make ready for the ride. Hang on to your hats.
When will we be in Los Angeles?
3 hours at the outside, amigo. All right, my lads. Mind your helm. Let her drive. Suelta, carajo!
Good Lord. Where are we going?
To Los Angeles, of course, senor.
Oh, but where's the road? You don't call this a road.
See, of course. A little bumpy, perhaps, but it's
bumpy. Tell the driver to slow down. This stage will tip over any minute at this speed.
Slow down. Nonsense. This is a race, senor. But don't worry. Your money's safe. We'll win.
Oh, I don't give a hang about the money. What I'm worried about is my life. Oh, saints preserve us.
In a rough and reckless trip, Banning stages brought the traveler to Los Angeles. And as the years passed, Banning pioneered the heavy freight wagons which transported all manner of goods from San Pedro all over the Southwest to such faraway points as Fort Tejon and Salt Lake. As the American era began, Los Angeles was the distribution center for the whole area, for everything came by ship around the Horn. But with the region growing up, it became more and more important that direct overland contact be made with the East, especially in the matter of mail. Weeks, sometimes months, elapsed between mail deliveries in Los Angeles, and the citizens demanded action. Finally, in 1858, a strange sight was seen on the streets of Los Angeles.
Well, glory be. What in tarnation's that?
What, Elmer?
Why, that there Concord stage drugged by 6 horses. Look, here it comes.
Well, jumping Jehoshaphat. It's the Butterfield stage, the first one. She's through. She's come through overland.
Man, you mean it's the overland stage?
Yes, sir. There she is, all dusty and battered. But she's through. Come on, let's go over. Well, welcome to Los Angeles, driver. It's a great day when we look up and see you.
Yep. Well, you see a lot more times. Once a week you'll see me from now on.
And you got the mail through from the east?
Yep, there she is. Straight through from St. Louis in 23 days.
23 days? Glory be, ain't that wonderful.
With a federal subsidy, the Butterfield stages established the first overland contact with Los Angeles, and meeting the mail stage each week was quite an event in the Pueblo. But sometimes the stages were delayed, and the cry began to go up. If it could be done in 23 days, why not 13? And this demand for more speed brought to the West its most colorful mode of transportation, the Pony Express. From St. Louis to San Francisco, stations were established, and hardy men riding like the wind spanned the distance between them in 100-mile steps. It took hardy men to ride the Pony Express, for many was the time a rider pulled into a lonely station in the Indian country in a sorry state.
Hey, George? George, Sam. What in thunderation? Didn't expect you for another hour.
I made time. Fast time.
You did, but say, where's your hat? And coat? And your gun?
Overboard. I threw them all off to take better time.
What, Sam, your shoulder? Is that blood?
It's just a scratch. It's nothing.
You're wounded.
Just scratch me, I tell you. Those Comanches never could shoot straight.
Indians, so that's why you made such good time.
Yeah, I've ridden a bronc hard, but not like this. Made it from Red Canyon in less than an hour.
And they chased you all the way?
Until a few minutes ago. I guess I left him back there in the grade.
Well, man, come inside. I'll fix that wound up.
Never mind that. It's all right. Tied my handkerchief around him. Get me a fresh pony. There's no time to waste.
You can't go on like
Why
that.
Why not? I'll get it fixed to Cheyenne Station.
Oh, but Sam...
I can't lose no time, George. Those Comanches are probably circling around right now. They cut across my route. Just hurry and get my pony.
Well, I'd stay here and wait them out if I was you.
With a fresh pony, they'll never catch me. Not unless we stand here talking till they walk right in.
All right, Sam. I'll get it right away, but I think you're a fool.
No, sir. This mail's supposed to be in San Francisco by next Wednesday.
You still got the mail?
Why, sure. It's in the saddlebag. Don't worry. That's one thing I wouldn't throw off. That mail's going through to San Francisco, and no bunch of cockeyed Comanches on the warpath is going to stop it.
The huge system of records in which Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles accumulates and classifies the information it requires for the issuance of title insurance policies is called its title plant. Operating this title plant is much like operating a large bank with more than 1.5 million depositors, for there are over 1.5 million separate parcels of assessed real estate in Los Angeles County. And Title Insurance and Trust Company maintains a separate account on each one of them. Even though the company may never be called upon to insure the title of a particular piece of property, its account on that property must always be kept up to date. In this county, there are some 1,500 recordings filed daily that affect the ownership of real estate. Each of these must be entered in the account of the particular property it affects, and the entry must be made the same day the instrument is recorded. All this record-keeping entails a great deal of hard work by a large number of trained personnel. But its net result is that when you want title insurance on property anywhere in the county, Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles can serve you without delay. And the rate you pay is much lower than the average cost of similar service and protection elsewhere in the United States.
Picturesque as it was, the Pony Express lasted but a short time. When the Civil War came, both the Express and the Butterfield stage service were interrupted. But the Civil War also brought a new method of transportation to the Southland, the most colorful of all. Strangely enough, it was Jefferson Davis, the President of the Confederacy, who first thought of the idea and put it across during his term as Secretary of War in 1854. But it was not until 1858 that the new method of travel made its first appearance in Los Angeles, and it was the occasion for many a laugh.
Wilbur, come on back here. It's not time to go home yet. Come here, Wilbur. Just one more little drink.
Another drink?
Yeah.
Is it on you?
Sure, it's on me. Sure, it's on me. Come on, Wilbur. Now, look, a little drink is just exactly what you need.
Well, I don't know. No, I don't think I will. I'm going to go home.
Now, look, Wilbur, just one. That's all you... Suffering grasshoppers.
What's the matter
Just a
with
minute.
you, huh?
Do you see what I see? Coming down the street?
Oh, good. Great Jesus, ghost.
Well, what is it?
It looks like a camel.
Well, Wilbur, there ain't no camels in Los Angeles, is there?
I don't know. Is there?
Well,
No, there ain't.
Well, then it ain't real.
Ain't real. Well, I don't know
Now,
about
look,
that.
Wilbur, let's get out of here. Let's go home right now.
No, home. Let's go and have that other drink you were talking about. I need it.
Yes, caravans of those ships of the desert, the camels, plied the vast stretches of wasteland in the Southwest. During the Civil War, they were used by the United States Army to transport supplies from Drum Barracks at Wilmington to the various army posts. But the drivers had no love for the animals.
Just look at the critter. Looks as meek and mild as a little lamb, doesn't he? Yeah. But he's an ornery critter, that's what. Except he's ornery in a sneaking sort of way. He ain't stubborn like a Texas mule or vicious like a western bronc. He's sneaking ornery. That's what. He just causes you trouble innocent-like, and then lets you beat him without a bloomin' word. He just ain't got no spirit.
No, the Army Teamsters didn't like the African animal, and because of this, their use was discontinued. But now, the age of the machine was at hand. Again, it was the pioneer of Wilmington, Phineas Banning, who pushed the progressive movement to bring a railroad to Southern California. It was the Los Angeles to San Pedro Railroad and was inaugurated in 1868. On the day for the first run, people lined the tracks.
Henry, I do believe it's coming.
Of course it's coming, Matilda. I can hear it.
Well, come on. Let's move up here where we can see.
Matilda, you keep waiting those tracks. Can't you read the sign?
What sign?
Right there. It says, look out for the locomotive.
Oh, yes, but what does it say under that?
Cuidado por la máquina de vapor del camino de fierro.
What? What in the world
It's Spanish, Matilda. It means look out for the machine of steam on the road of iron.
Oh, that's much nicer.
But it means the same thing, so step back here. I don't want the railroad to have an accident first day. Here it comes. There she is. Look at her. Look at that locomotive. The San Gabriel. Just think of it, Matilda. Now Los Angeles has a railroad of its own.
Yes, but it makes so much noise and that smoke.
Oh, who cares about a little smoke? This is big. Just think. Won't be long before we'll probably have a train coming overland from the east.
From the east, Henry? What are you talking about?
Sure, the Central Pacific is almost through in the north, connecting San Francisco with the east. Won't be long now before we have ours, too.
But it was to be another 8 years before the Los Angeles was to get a transcontinental rail connection. Agitation started as soon as the Central Pacific went through, but progress was slow. And in the meantime, another transportation innovation was made in the city. It was the first horse car, the forerunner of the present streetcar system. Judge Robert M. Whitney and his associates started it in 1873. The single-track line ran a circuitous route from Temple and Spring to 6th and Figueroa, way out in the country in that day. It was a welcome improvement, but there were times when the horse car was a problem.
Driver, when are we going to get moving again? I'm in a hurry.
Well, mister, if you can get this dad-blasted Texas mule to move, you're a better man than I am.
Well, do something. Don't just stand there.
Mister, there's nothing much you can do. This here mule just doesn't want to move.
Well, you've got a whip, haven't you?
Yep, got a whip. That'll only make matters worse.
Well, try it. Anything to get going.
All right, mister. You're asking for it.
Well?
Yep, you see, just kicks up his heels. We'll just have to wait him out, I guess. Either that or walk where you're going.
By 1872, Los Angeles had learned that the Southern Pacific was going to build a road south. But Angelinos were amazed to learn their intention.
Why, no, they don't plan to come down through Los Angeles. The road's being built to Mojave, then through Cajon Pass to San Bernardino, and on to the east.
You mean to say the Southern Pacific is going to go right past Los Angeles and leave us without a railroad?
Well, they may put in a spur line from San Bernardino.
Why, it's ridiculous. It's an insult, that's what it is.
But, sir, you must realize that Los Angeles is just a sleepy little village compared to San Francisco. It really wouldn't pay the railroad to come through.
Is that so? Well, we'll see about this. I can assure you, sir, that the Southern Pacific will come through Los Angeles before we are finished. But it's exorbitant. It's robbery, that's what it is.
Yes, well, now, gentlemen, railroads cost money. You can't expect to be serviced by a great transcontinental railroad without paying for it.
But 5% of the assessed values of all the property in the county, why, that'll come over to, $500,000.
Why, certainly. Yes, but it'll be repaid many times by the business it'll bring to you. Besides, you gentlemen don't seem to realize the terrific problems involved in bringing the road into Los Angeles. It'll mean a tunnel through the mountains at Newhall. But even our engineers are not agreed can be done, and it'll mean crossing the Tehachapi Range. A difficult enough job.
I know, but it can be done.
Yes, I think it can be done, but you'll have to pay for it.
And suppose we don't?
Then we'll go ahead with our original plans and leave Los Angeles out. And I don't need to remind you what has been done to several communities up north already. They're dead. Ghost towns. Their future blasted. If you don't want that to happen to Los Angeles, you'd better vote this subsidy.
The Angelinos had to swallow their pride and pay a subsidy of over $500,000 to the railroad. Part was paid in the stock of the Los Angeles and San Pedro Railroad, which was taken over by the Southern Pacific. This subsidy was actually little enough to pay, considering the tremendous benefits the road brought and the almost superhuman task in building it. The Southern Pacific engineers, under William Hood, cracked many a tough nut in the stretch from San Fernando and Mojave, but probably the toughest was on the steep grade of the Tehachapi Range.
This is hot work. I wish that water boy'd get his mule up here.
Well, they're coming. See him down there, plotting up the grade? I'll be here in 10 minutes.
Now, boys, I've got it at last. I figured it out.
What, Chief? You mean how to get down this grade?
Right. Here it is on this map here.
Well, what do you think of that? I wouldn't have believed it possible. You've actually figured out how to build a road on a grade as steep as this?
Here it is. Just take a look at it.
Yeah, but, Mr. Hood, I don't understand this map.
I don't either. I must be crazy. But it looks to me like you've plotted out a loop.
Good. That's it exactly. This elevation is the knoll where we're standing. And the track will be laid right around the hill at a 2 2/10% grid and pass over itself. Oh, I'd say about over there.
But, Mr. Hood, it sounds crazy. I don't think it'll work.
But it will. It'll give us a 77-foot rise without increasing the grade. It's like having an elevator raise the train straight up that many feet.
I'll admit I don't get it.
I know it's an unusual engineering procedure, but we have an unusual problem on our hands. And it's just good common sense.
Well, maybe, but...
Well, just take a look over there. There's living proof of what I mean.
What, you mean the burro carrying the water?
Exactly. You've been watching that barrel carry water up this grade for days. But have you noticed that he always comes up the same way? That burro is a better engineer than we are men. He has instinctively picked up the easiest way to get up the hill. And if you've noticed, he follows almost exactly the same path I've marked here.
Yeah, come to think of it, that burro does make a loop.
Sure he does. I've watched
Well,
him.
there you are, gentlemen. There's my proof. Follow that barrel's trail, and you'll find the path of the Tehachapi Loop.
William Hood bridged that treacherous stretch of mountains, a stretch which rose 2,700 feet in 28 miles and contained 18 tunnels. And finally, on September 6, 1876, at Lang Station in the mountains, General Crocker pounded in the Golden Spike, and Los Angeles was linked with the rest of the continent by rail. From there on, the growth of the Southland was assured. A few years later, the Santa Fe came through, and the competition between the two roads brought on the great land boom which started Southern California's phenomenal growth. In the city, Judge Whitney's horse car gave way to the cable car, and then the electric car. And through a series of additions and mergers was born the present-day Los Angeles Railway, with its thousands of cars and buses, and the Pacific Electric, serving the suburban areas. And with the tide of progress came great steamship lines, truck lines, and finally, airlines. Today, Los Angeles is served with every method of modern transportation, with as many as 10,000 travelers and tourists passing through the city weekly, from ox cart to airliner. Such is the story of progress, and such is the romance of the rancho.
Today, as never before, the problem of planning for the distribution of your estate to your family requires careful study and expert counsel. Facing changing laws, new taxes, unsettled conditions, and an uncertain future, people of means are leaning more and more on the services of specialists of long experience who are in close touch with day-to-day developments. Preeminently qualified to render such service are the officers of the Estate Planning Division of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles. Finding the best and most economical solution to each individual's estate problem is their sole function. They will gladly work with you and your attorney without obligation to help develop the best plan for the preservation and distribution of your estate. If you're uncertain of your estate plan, consult with the experts of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles for complete information about this and other services of its trust department. And now, Frank, what's the story for next week?
Next week, we're going to close this series for the summer. And as our last broadcast, we're going to have a special treat in store for you. Our story will deal with one of the most colorful families in California history, the Carrillo family. So be sure to hear it. And so, until next week, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Rancho is a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero, is dramatized by John Dunkel and produced by Ted Bliss, with special music arranged by Gaylord Carter. Bob Lamont saying good night.
By the mid-1950s, when our next program began, most of the actors on the West Coast were doing some sort of television or movie work, so the program was rehearsed and taped for transcription during the evening. Once a week, the cast and crew got together at CBS Studio One in Hollywood to tape the show. In 1956, this was the last radio production studio in use in California. Our series aired 41 episodes from January 22, 1956 to October 28, 1956. We present to you Fort Laramie, next on HOJO Radio.
At the gallop! Oh!
Fort Laramie. Fort Laramie, starring Raymond Burr as Captain Lee Quince. Specially transcribed tales of the dark and tragic ground of the wild frontier, the saga of fighting men who rode the rim of empire, and the dramatic story of Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
This is as far as we go, mister. That's your line, the creek ahead? You can water your stock there. We'll wait for that and head back. Fair enough. Whoa now! Whoa! Whoa! Slow it down back there. We're stopping a spell.
This the end of the line for us, Captain?
That's what the orders say, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Tell the men to dismount and unsaddle, pin graze and water.
take your mount, Captain?
Yeah, thanks. I want to talk to the driver.
You seen him then, up on the rim.
Yeah, they're keeping their distance.
Ain't every wagon train pushing west gets 2 escorts, cavalry and the engines.
Yeah, of course. I'll tell him.
Dismount and unsaddle, clean graze water. Dismount and unsaddle, clean graze water. Come on now.
Mind your stock don't take on water too fast. You're planning to stick to the Oregon Trail, driver?
I'd be a plain fool if I didn't. With them engines staring me down from the top of the canyon.
Oh, I don't think they'll bother you. They're not hungry. We butchered some beef on the agency for them last week.
Can't see we'd look too good to them. Kind of mangy-looking outfit, ain't we?
Oh, I've seen worse. You're all right, so long as you don't get any ideas about the old Bozeman Trail.
Well, that's closed now, ain't it?
Yeah, by treaty. That's what's bothering our friends up there on the rim.
They think we aim to cut up to Montana country?
Some of the wagons try it.
Lots of gold up there, ain't they, Captain?
Yep, and lots of Sioux and lots of Arapaho. It's all Indian country. Bozeman Trail's closed. Forts and posts are abandoned.
I tell you the truth, Captain. I kind of had my heart set and panning myself a fortune or two.
You wouldn't get to the first turn in that trail.
Nope, I wouldn't. I know I wouldn't. Well, had my heart set in my own plot of ground in Oregon, too.
Sure, you'll live longer.
You, going up there to the rim, Captain? Talk to them engines?
What for?
Tell them to leave us be.
That's reservation land they're on. They'll leave you be. Long as you set straight along the Oregon Trail. They haven't bothered a wagon train since the treaty.
Well, I can wait till I settle in Oregon. Then maybe drop down to the motherlode country. If I want gold bad enough.
Yeah, if you want it bad enough.
You don't have it, do you, Captain?
Have it?
The itch. The fever that sets on a man. Makes him want to find gold more than anything.
That kind of fever can get you killed, mister.
Yes, sir. I bet it can. Well, don't you worry yourself about me, Captain. Me and this little wagon train are staying right smack on the Oregon Trail.
Good. Oh, I'd watch my stock if I were you. There's alkali in these streams through here. Won't kill 'em, but too much will make 'em sick.
I'll keep an eye on 'em.
Well, good luck to you, mister.
Well, thanks kindly, Captain. We're sure much obliged you rode this far with us.
It's all right. We'll watch you out of sight.
I'd like that.
Yeah, that's if you get a move on. You're wasting daylight at this rate. Valuable stuff out here, mister.
Kind of like gold, Captain?
Yeah, kind of like gold.
The Indians made no move to follow the train?
No, they left the rim of the canyon a little before we did.
You can't be sure they didn't ride on ahead to intercept the train when it was out of your sight.
They weren't headed that way, but I can't be sure.
I keep feeling like we're sitting on a powder keg, Lee. Slightest little jar will blow up to a full-scale war. It's got me edgy.
You got company.
You?
Nope. Red Cloud. Why do you think those Indians were lining the rim of that canyon?
I guess they can't believe it either. It's not much of a peace, Captain, if we spend all our time watching them, just to find out they're watching back.
Well, Major, beats killing each other.
You like Red Cloud, don't you, Lee?
Yeah, I like him.
You trust him?
He signed the treaty. Hasn't broken it yet.
Then you do trust him?
I don't think he'll be the one to break the treaty, if that's what you mean.
You think we will, is that it?
No, not we. But I saw something in that wagon train driver that breaks treaties. He called it a itch, a fever. Fever for gold.
You told me you warned him about going up the old Bozeman Trail.
Yeah, I warned him. I don't think he'll try it. But if he doesn't, someone with the fever will. If not the Bozeman, then they'll break new trails up into the Bighorn Range, over into Black Hills.
That's all Indian territory.
We've both read the treaty, Major.
And Red Cloud signed it. So did we. Now, what do we have to do? Read it to every wagon train that stops at Fort Laramie?
You asked me if I trusted Red Cloud. I trust him till the next white man goes into Indian country looking for gold.
Yeah, I suppose you're right.
He got what he wanted. Powder River country, Black Hills for hunting grounds.
That covers everything to the north and east of us.
And we better stay out of it.
Tell that to the men with the gold fever.
I do, when I see him.
Lee, if you were sitting in my chair, what would you do if you had to translate this problem to Washington?
I'd desert.
No, you wouldn't. You'd have a plan. What would it be?
About white men going into Indian country?
We can't protect them.
We'll have to try to keep them from going in.
That's what I want to know. Can we stop them?
We can try. Maybe with official orders we can keep them from going in numbers. If we catch them, lock them up as treaty violators.
And if they persist?
For provoking an act of war, I'd shoot them.
I said you'd have a plan.
All right. I'd start by redoubling our patrols all along the North Platte.
We don't have the manpower.
Let the infantry secure the garrison. I'll take a patrol out right now.
Oh, you just got back. You're tired.
Oh, I'm not tired.
All right, the men are tired.
You got another plan?
What's that?
I need a drink.
Why don't you go on over, Captain? Maybe I'll join you later.
Yes, sir, Major.
Why, Lee, I didn't know you were back.
Got back last night, Willa. You the barmaid here now?
Dad's waiting on some trade in the store. Here. Help yourself.
Did I say I wanted a drink?
If you'd come to see me, you'd have come last night.
It was late last night.
That sounded a lot like an explanation, Lee.
I guess I thought you wanted one.
When you see me, it's because you want to see me. That's a good thing to know.
Yeah, maybe it is.
Are you finished with this?
What's the matter? You running out of whiskey?
Almost.
Well, not Pliny. He doesn't run out. Not when he can still get his price.
Oh, it isn't Dad. It's those men with him.
What about them?
What they're not drinking here, they're taking with them.
Huh? Where are they going?
I don't know. But wherever it is, they must expect to stay a long time. Isn't 10 gallons of whiskey an awful lot, Lee?
A couple of drinks of this whiskey is an awful lot.
Say, Willa, you recollect that last shipment of boots we got in? I thought we put them in stock, but I cannot lay my hands on them.
Aren't you going to speak to Lee, Dad?
He can't see me, Willa, for the dollar signs in his eyes.
Oh, well, good afternoon to you, Captain. His glass is empty, Willa.
You offering me a drink on the house, Pliny?
On the house? Oh, well, I just naturally suppose you were buying your drinks, Captain.
Dad.
Of course, credit is available for an old friend like you, Captain. I trust you.
That's your idea of a compliment, Pliny?
Oh, boots. That was it, wasn't it? Of course, boots. I came back here to ask about the boots.
I don't know how you could miss them. They're right next to the cash box.
Oh, my goodness, yes, of course, they must be there then. So you go right ahead, Captain. Just buy yourself another drink.
I don't know what to do about him, except love him, in spite of himself.
Well, you'll never be poor, Willem.
And dowries are still in style, Lee.
Yeah. Maybe I ask for that.
Are you going to have that other drink?
No, thanks.
This one is on the house.
Oh, you don't want to break his heart, do you, Willa? No, well, I've had enough. I'll see you, huh?
Yeah, sure, Lee. Sure.
Yes, boys.
Hey, you, soldier.
Boys.
Hey, you.
You talking to me, mister?
I called you soldier, didn't I?
This a friend of yours, Pliny?
Well, he is spending quite a lot of money, Captain.
Yeah, and I aim to spend a lot more. Maybe with you, soldier boy.
I got nothing to sell, mister.
Well, you might give him some information, couldn't you, Captain? He's such a good customer.
You want to quit bobbing around in front of me?
No offense, no, not the slightest bit of offense. Excuse me.
That's better. You want a drink, soldier?
I'm in a hurry, mister.
You must know this country pretty good. I'm looking for horses. Good ones.
You're new here.
New as today.
Most of the settlers around here have horses.
I said good horses. I seen the crowbait they pass off for horses over in Laramie Village. I mean good ones. Strong. Take a lot of riding. That's what I want.
Mm-hmm. How many?
Oh, 4, say.
Well, the Sutter Ranch is about your best bet. It's a good day's ride from here.
Which way?
West. Due west. You can see the ranch house from the Oregon Trail.
I ain't heading west.
Then south, near Cheyenne.
I ain't heading south.
I can't help you, mister.
You're not trying too hard, are you, soldier?
Hard enough. Pliny, you'd better get your cash customer out of my way.
Now, please, gentlemen, now, no roughhousing. This is a respectable place of business, you know.
I told you, quit bobbing in here ever so often.
I only meant to help.
You got any more shoving around you want to do, mister?
Yeah. Kind of forgot my manners. Reckon you'd speak your piece better. You got paid for it.
What are you trying to buy? A cracked skull?
All right. I picked the wrong soldier. What's he so sore about?
Well, he just misunderstood you now. Here, I'll help you pick up your money.
All right, if I sit next to you, soldier.
Help yourself.
You get used to the food in time, do you?
You eating free, ain't you?
It's free enough. You look like a smart man, soldier.
I ain't.
I hear better.
You been talking to somebody dumber than me, then?
Pliny, the sutler.
He put you next to the free meal here in the barracks? That'd be Pliny. Him and me, we're dumb in different ways.
He says you know all there is to know about horses.
I've ridden them, eaten a few. That's all there is to know about them.
Where are the best horses around here, soldier?
Up in the cavalry stables.
I'd like to lay my hands on 4 good ones.
Well, now, you could try, but you might get yourself shot in trying.
I'm talking about buying horses, not stealing them.
I don't think the cavalry's got any horses for sale, mister.
Are you trying to understand me, soldier?
I'm trying harder to eat.
How much money you make a month wearing those 3 stripes of yours?
Now that just plain took my appetite.
A regular soldier makes 50 cents a day. I figure those stripes give you a bit more.
You want to raise my pay? Is that it?
I want 4 good horses. You get 'em for me. I'll see you get better than a raise.
You just passing through, are you, mister?
That's all. Don't worry about the money. I got it.
What are you figuring on using horses for?
Riding?
4 horses for riding.
There's 2 of us. It's hard riding. You won't get the money just asking questions, soldier.
I guess I'd have to see that money.
We're gonna do business, are we?
You got a right price, we'll do business.
This place, you'd get the horses. Can it be near the fort?
Near enough.
Ranch?
If I told you about it, you wouldn't need me. I wouldn't collect that money you're talking about.
You're not dumb, soldier. You're not dumb a bit. Hey, look here. Well, you seen the money.
Well, now, that ain't all money, mister.
How do you mean?
Some of them pouches, they just don't bulge right for silver.
You see real good, don't you?
Anybody tell you there's an assay office over in Laramie Village?
They might have, if I'd asked.
You want some advice, mister?
I want some horses.
You better not be finding gold in Indian country. There's a treaty now says you can't go in there.
Is that a fact?
Listen, of course, you got permission from the Indians.
Soldier, I got 10 gallons of whiskey. That's a lot of permission. Providing I wanted it. Now then, I took your advice. You gonna take my money?
I'd a lot sooner take you, mister.
You going along with me, or ain't you?
I'm going with you, all the way.
Hey, what's the idea?
You just got yourself a military escort, mister, clean through the main gate of Fort Laramie.
Well, Gorse, how'd you keep from roughing him up?
Same way you did, I guess. Pliny and Miss Willis said you went plumb white keeping from hurting him.
Yep. One of us should have busted him. He might have stuck around to prefer charges.
Not this one. He didn't want any trouble, just horses. If I had my way, I'd have stuffed him in the stockade last night instead of throwing him off the post.
Major says you can't hold a man for what you think he's going to do.
You told him about it, then?
Last night, after you told me.
That was gold in them pouches, sure as anything. I didn't have to look inside.
Yeah, sure it was gold. And it was picks and shovels and pans he bought at the Sutlers. I got that much out of Pliny last night.
You're not forgetting the whiskey.
I'm not forgetting.
Like as not, he's got the horses by now, too.
We can't stop him from getting horses, Sergeant. We just don't have to help him. You were smart to hear him out. I should have been a little smarter.
He'd stand to talk freer to me, seeing I'd have more need of money. I had to throw him out before he worked his way any further down the wage scale.
Yeah, I knew a trooper once, deserted, sold his mount, saddle, everything up to his kerchief for $100.
It's the best part of a year's pay. You think the major will stand still for us taking off after him?
Mr. Syberts brings his patrol in tomorrow night. We're not going anywhere till he's back.
That sounds like an order.
Hey, Major Daggett's. Can't prove anything going after him, Gorse.
Cavalry patrol, maybe it'd scare him off a little.
Oh, man, that stupid doesn't scare. He'd rather be scalped than be poor.
If he goes in, we can all get scalped, trying to save his lousy hide. Sure like a better excuse to fight a war.
We all would, Sergeant.
Right about there, sir. They were following Rawhide Creek, moving north.
How many men, Mr. Savage?
2 men. 4 horses, 4 mules. I couldn't tell enough through the glasses to describe what they looked like.
I know what one of them looked like.
We can't be sure of that, Captain. Mr. Syberts, you say you fired a signal at them. Can you be sure they heard it?
They heard it, sir. I never took the glasses off them. And when we fired, they stopped and looked at us. The whole patrol made signs for them to come back.
You think they saw you? Understood your signs?
I know they saw us. One of them had field glasses, too. Kept them trained right on us as they started moving north again.
Yeah. Is that all, Lieutenant? That completes your report?
That's all, sir. Except, well, I wish I could have stopped them from going in, sir.
Well, you did all you could, Mr. Syberts.
Thank you, Captain.
Every bit you could, Lieutenant. Now go on and get some rest. That's an order.
Yes, sir. Major, sir? Captain, sir?
All right, Captain. What would you have done in his place?
Exactly as he did.
Glad to hear that. But now you want to go after the prospectors.
I want permission to go to Red Cloud.
To keep them from being killed?
To keep a war from starting. The man I saw knows his chances. Everybody warned him. I got no feeling for him.
I want to think about it, Captain.
While you're thinking, a runner could be on his way to Red Cloud.
I'm aware of that.
And while you're thinking, Red Cloud could be on his way here, in paint and war bonnets.
If he is, a runner wouldn't stop him.
He might. I'd say that's a chance we got to take. The only chance we have got.
If the runner gets through and Red Cloud agrees to powwow with you, what then?
I'll ask him to let us find the prospectors and deal with them our way.
And if he's found them first?
I'll take their bodies off his hands.
How many men do you want, Captain?
Sergeant Gorse.
Just one man?
I want to stop a war, Major, not start one. Red Cloud's not likely to consent to a full company.
The runner will leave the post in an hour. When can you and Sergeant Gorse leave?
Tell your runner we'll try hard not to get ahead of him.
That's Black Hills country ahead, ain't it, Captain?
Yeah, if you can see it, over the war bonnets.
Red Cloud's not taking any chances.
Would you, Gorse?
No, sir, I wouldn't. I just keep hoping they're getting an eyeful of this white flag I'm toting.
There in the hills, they got the best view.
We just keep riding in?
Yeah, as far as the stream. We'll drop our gun belts when we get there. And wait for Red Cloud.
Yes, sir. I guess if I'm going to die in the cavalry, I'd just soon do it with you as anybody, Captain.
You could be back at Fort Laramie, getting rich, selling horses to prospectors.
The air is cleaner out here, as long as it lasts.
The gun belt, Gorse?
Oh. How could I forget a little matter like that, you suppose?
Yeah. Red Cloud, all right.
2 braves with him. Another couple hundred in the hills.
There'll be 1,000 as long as they stay up there. You honor our flag, Red Cloud. We thank you.
Where is honor in white man for treaty boundaries?
It comes slow to some white men. I came to ask your patience, Red Cloud.
Patience stretches. In time, like an old hide, it breaks and is no more.
Since we smoked the pipe, we've handed over your renegades to let your people deal with them.
Bring white men here. You will deal with them. How?
They're alive?
I did not come here to deliver dead men.
Then they'll be put in the stockade and kept there.
You have been our friend. Tell your people Red Cloud will not powwow again. Next time, warriors not stay in hills. Next time, white men, dead white men.
I'll tell them, Red Cloud. I hope they listen.
Fort Laramie is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars Raymond Burr as Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry, with Vic Perrin as Sergeant Gorse. The script was specially written for Fort Laramie by Kathleen Height, with sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper, musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Featured in the cast were Jack Moyles and Harry Bartell, with Frank Gersel, Clayton Post, Howard McNear, Virginia Gregg, and Ralph Moody.
Company, tension! Dismiss.
Next week, another transcribed story of the Northwest frontier and the troopers who fought under Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry. Time was, a man who wanted to get away from it all could hide in the cellar, take a walk in the woods, or go live in a cave. Today's best way is not to hide, walk off, or hunt for a cave, but to join the ground observers. With their eyes on the skies, they're keeping America's defenses manned to serve the cause of peace. See your local civilian defense people. Join the ground observers. 2 hours a week will earn your silver wings. Help America be strong as a deterrent to any possible intrusion.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. More classic old-time radio coming your way next.
At the gallop! Ho!
Fort Laramie. Fort Laramie, starring Raymond Burr as Captain Lee Quince. Specially transcribed tales of the dark and tragic ground of the wild frontier. The saga of fighting men who rode the rim of empire. And the dramatic story of Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
Around her neck she wore a yellow ribbon. She wore it in the winter and the merry month of May. And when they asked her why...
Enough,
she
Sweeney.
wore it,
Enough,
she said,
enough.
Her lover who was far, far away. Far away, far away. Oh, she wore it for her lover who was far, far away. Oh, my gracious.
There's a certain amount of spirit in you, Feeney. I can't say it's anything I warm to, but spirit it is.
And there's a certain amount of spirit in you, too, Meriwether. You've been draining them bottles of mine right regular, seems to me.
Fortification, Feeney, and, defense.
You talk like you already joined up.
A gift of the creative mind. I see myself riding forward with the troops, dodging an arrow here, a bullet there, guidons flying, death-defying.
Have you ever been on a horse, Meriwether?
You dare ask that of the man who played Richard III for 314 stirring performance, not to say memorable.
Just how many bottles of my snake potion have you inhaled?
A horse! A horse! My kingdom for a horse! It's a remarkable elixir, Feeney. You'd notice a new depth and resonance to my tone. A horse!
A customer of mine down in Colorado got a brand new voice from drinking my mixture. Used to bellow like a calf, folks said. Took 6 bottles to turn the trick, but today they call him Whispering Ruggles.
You're trying to alarm me.
Cured his calluses, too. Ate 'em clean off.
Yep. Cruel fortune. Did you see that, Feeney? The bottle slipped through my careless fingers.
I seen you pitch it out. I don't think you're brave enough for the Army, Meriwether. Whoa, Posey. Whoa, girl. Ease to, girl. That's the way. Now, you're decided, are you?
Imposing sight, yon fortress.
Once we cross that bridge, into them gates, we're down to cases, Meriwether. You ain't decided on Army life. You better climb down off in this wagon right now.
Country above heart, Feeney. The fire of the patriot burns bright within me. Drive on. I long to rejoin my old regiment.
You long for a belly full of food, just like me.
To the colors, Feeney. Drive on.
Get up, Posy girl. At the gallop, ho.
If you can write, fill out the forms there. If you can't write, but you can talk, tell me, I'll fill them out. If you can't write or talk, we don't need you.
About my uniform, Colonel.
Who said that?
I spoke quite clearly and distinctly, I believe.
You?
I.
What's your name, mister?
Granville Merriweather.
You some kind of funny man, mister?
I dare say I'm not without humor. Not to the point of buffoonery, mind you.
Stand up, mister.
Very well.
You want to make that yes, Sergeant?
Why, yes, Sergeant, I believe I do.
Now, what's your name?
Granville Merriweather.
Your real name, mister?
I suppose I must.
I'm waiting.
It's, Botkin, Sergeant. Arnie Botkin.
Arnie Botkin? Oh, no, now that sets me off. Arnie Botkin? Why, there ain't no such a name as Arnie Botkin.
You another funny man, mister?
Well, I ain't near as funny as he is. I done a little sleight of hand in my time, but I never produced no Granville Merriweather out of a Army Botkin. Army Botkin, there's no such
Must
name.
I be subjected to this ridicule, I say, sir? Is this the reward of a patriot?
You two together?
Alas, we are, but only in these last dark days.
Well, it comes from me having a heart of gold, Sergeant. I let him join my act, you might say, seeing he was down on his...
Pure distortion, pure distortion. Allow me, sir. Your ear...
Now, wait. Just you wait, or I'll allow you a sight more in my ear. Now, I tell you, we get ourselves some strange ones in this army, but I swear you two come right close to the limit.
You ain't saying we can't get in,
A
Sergeant.
man has his rights, sir, and precious among them is the right to heed his country's call to arms. Stand to the colors, man, against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Are you going to stop, mister?
Well, I must say, yes.
All right. Now, we'll do this one at a time. You. What's your name?
Feeney? Phineas Feeney.
Where you from?
From?
You got a home?
Well, it's right outside the door, Sergeant. Posey and me, we got this little wagon rig, and wherever we light at sundown, that's home.
Posey, you married?
Indeed, indeed. And may I say, sir, No couple were ever more ideally suited. Beg pardon, Sergeant.
Posey's my horse. I used to work the riverboats, Mississippi, anywhere from St. Louis to New Orleans, dancing, singing, minstrel work. Since the war, I got itchy feet to come west. The last 4 years, I've been over the most of it, too.
Put down you're an actor.
I must protest. In the name of the spoken word, the ancient art, call him what he is, but do not degrade my honored profession.
I run a little medicine show, Sergeant. Oh, I got pots and pans and calico, but mostly I entertain folks into buying a little tonic I put together.
If you must put a trade behind his name, inscribe the words low comedy, but in deference to the Drews, in the name of Edwin Booth and Morris Barrymore, yea, and Granville, Merriweather.
You spoiling for the guardhouse, mister?
If best to serve my country more, then yes, shackle me. Cut from me my tongue.
I'm toying with that idea. Captain Quince, sir?
Sergeant, any idea whose rig that is outside?
A horse and wagon, Captain? It's his.
Something wrong, are they?
Your horse is ailing. Better see to it.
Oh, she ain't at. Not for too long, she ain't.
Corporal of the guard will give you a hand. Show you where to move that rig. Now go on.
I sure will.
Allow me to introduce myself.
Go help your friend.
Oh, I dare say he's equal to the task, while I, on the other hand...
Move!
Exactly, Sergeant.
What is that all about, Gores?
Now, ain't that something? They're answering the call to the colors, Captain.
They're what?
Well, you could put it another way, I guess. They're starving to death.
How many new men out there, Captain?
In B Company, 20.
Pretty sorry sight. Must have hit the bottom of the barrel.
A long time ago, Major. After that, we scraped it. What you see out there is after scraping.
Out. Forward. 1, 2. What? 1, 2, 3. What? 1, 2, 3. Mount.
They can't mount?
Give the sergeant time, Major.
Merriweather, Petey. Now. Sergeant, we're flying.
I've seen enough, Captain. We've got plans to lay out.
Yes, sir.
All right. We'll do it again. We'll do it till we drop.
What have we got out there, Lee?
Pretty good cross-section of what's coming into the Army these days, Major.
It's still a question. What's that?
Dregs, failures, fugitives, men running from the law, from women, from work, men running from themselves.
Just before they blow their brains out, they join the Army. Is that what we've come to?
They can still stop bullets and arrows.
I don't expect talk like that from you, Captain.
It's straight talk.
I don't see that. We'll talk about it inside. Oh, sit down, Captain.
Thank you, sir.
Men who can stop bullets and arrows. Since when did you start feeling that way about the Army?
I'm in the Army. That's how I feel about it. I didn't get here by accident, Major. I meant to. That's all the Army is. How men feel about it. It's good or bad, on that feeling.
These new men. I didn't see any Sergeant Gorses among them.
Gorse is a 30-year man. He's like me. Doesn't know any better. Or any worse.
Now, what does that mean? Any worse?
It means we didn't try anything else and fail. Some of your new Army out in that parade ground joined up out of plain hunger. Their feeling for the Army is it's a place to eat, get clothes to wear, and a cot to sleep on.
Maybe the Army's at fault. If this is all we can attract, we must be to blame.
50 cents a day and all the jerky you can eat? Sure, the Army's at fault. But the kind of trooper you want isn't up for a price. That feeling I was talking about, well, it's not something you can buy.
I hope it's something we can cultivate. We're going to need it soon. Here. Pete Hazen's report on the Wind River area.
Shoshone?
Yeah, and the Sioux. Hazen says Crazy Horse led a few dog soldiers into the Shoshone encampment about a week ago. It's all in the report. But they're powwowing about something.
We haven't had a patrol over there since early last fall. They had a bad winter, didn't they? Snows?
Worst in years. Now they've melted, those range peaks will be a lot more accessible.
Well, we shouldn't have any trouble with good scouting. And Pete's the best there is.
Yeah, we'll have to do without him. He's been sent up to Montana country. Won't be back for at least a month. You read his report and study the Wind River range maps. We may have to move before the month's out.
I hope they learn to mount by then.
Have to do the best we can, Captain.
Against dog soldiers, Major? We'll have to do better than we can. That'd mean making a camp on Bighorn River. No, that route's no good for us. Come in.
You busy, Captain?
Yeah, I am, Mr. Saberts.
Still with the maps, huh?
Still with them. Oh, what's that? More reports in Wind River?
Oh, no, sir. It's something I thought you'd want to see, though.
Winter Garden, booth benefit for the Shakespeare Statue Fund, Friday evening, November 25th, 1864, Julius Caesar.
I was there, Captain.
You were?
Yes, sir. That's the playbill.
Yeah, I see it is.
I've never forgotten it. It was a year before I went to West Point. But I had enough sense to know that I was experiencing one of the rare moments in the theater.
Mm-hmm.
You see there? Junius Booth played Cassius, Edwin was Brutus.
And John Wilkes Booth was Mark Antony.
Yes, sir. Of course, that was before he...
Well, it's very interesting, Mr. Seibert.
But you don't know why I wanted to show it to you yet. Look who played Casca.
Casca, Mr. Granville Merriweather.
Well?
Well?
Well, he's here, Captain. He's joined the Army. As a matter of fact, he's in B Company.
He's been in B Company nearly 3 weeks now.
Yes, sir, I know, except that I didn't realize he was the Granville Merriweather. And a while ago, I got to looking through a bunch of old playbills, and I ran across this. Well, he's played nearly all of Shakespeare, Captain.
He still can't mount a horse, Mr. Seiberts.
I know, and I don't understand it. On the stage, he moves with the greatest ease and grace. For instance, in duels, on the stage, of course. I've seen him show real agility.
Mr. Seiberts.
Oh, you said you were busy, didn't you?
I said I was.
I wonder, Captain. Maybe if I work with Mr. Merriweather on his horsemanship...
You make a trooper out of him, you're due for a medal. Oh. Tell him to make out he's learning for a part.
That might be the best approach. Tell you the truth, I'd like to meet him and talk to him anyway.
You talk to him. Ask him if he ever played the part of Kit Carson.
Kit Carson, Captain?
Yeah. We could use a good guide.
Right easy now, Posy girl. Just stretch your legs good. You ain't up to more. Ah, showing me a little, huh? Well, it's not that I ain't pleased, Posy girl, but you got any idea what happened to me if they found me out here this time of night? Matter of fact, they found you around here at all, they'd... you work good. You come along now, I'll blanket you. There's oats and water waiting. I don't need you taking cold, girl. You need this blanket a sight more than I do. There you go now. Get to your eating. I'll stand watch on you.
You just don't learn much, do you, Feeney?
Do what? Oh, it's you, Sergeant. I swear I'm just no hand to see at night.
You seem good enough to lead Posy around the corral, led her straight to oats and water. You see good at night, Feeney.
Much obliged if you're saying so, Sergeant, but
You don't hear real good, though, night or day.
Well, now, there's where I have my real trouble, Sergeant, hearing. Oh, I sure hope I didn't miss nothing important.
You missed tattoo again, Feeney. That's going on 2 weeks running. You missed tattoo.
Oh, now, that's bad. I know it is.
You missed hearing me tell you to get rid of Posey. You missed all them warnings about stealing oats and buying stall space from the stable detail with that tonic of yours.
Do you think it's wax, Sergeant, all clogged up there in my ears? You think that's the cause?
I just think one thing about it, Feeney. I think it's all behind you.
You do?
One thing, we're moving out in a day or so. Now, if you're out on patrol, I just don't see you stealing back here every night tending to Posey.
That puts a crimp in it, all right.
Another thing, between now and then, your time's liable to be more occupied. You might even say confining.
Do what?
You're going to be in the guardhouse till then, Feeney.
Ain't you going to wash up, Merriweather?
I am a saintly man, Feeney, and cleanliness is only next to godliness.
And I've been next to you. You've been 2 days in that, McClellan. A little of this sweet water won't hurt you none.
Sweet water. Your ignorance is boundless as always, Feeney.
Oh, now, ain't you smart? This is sweet water, every single drop of it. Sweetwater River, that's its name.
What's in the name? Oh, but indeed, what's in a name?
Cuts right between the two ranges, the Sweetwater does. The Granite Mountains to the north and down that way the Green Mountains.
You traveled with Lewis and Clark, I presume.
Well, I've been darn near every place there was. Me and Posey, we sold our little tonic all over.
Oh, I say, Feeney, the elixir. You brought a few tankards with you, surely?
Oh, it's all gone, Merriweather. What you didn't swill down, what I didn't use to buy stall space, why, that sergeant just plain took prisoner.
Yeah, but the formula, you can make more.
Formula? You use the right base, you can add what you will. It's no matter. Yes, sir, Merriweather. We put some riding in the last couple days. We can't be more than a day from the Wind River range.
The right base?
Corn liquor when I can get it. Now, to get to Wind River, they must figure on cutting up to Beaver Creek, following it to the little Pulpo Adjie and into the basin from there. Leastwise, that's what I'd do.
Yes, now, but suppose I can't lay my hands on the quantity of corn liquor, as you call it.
As everyone calls it. That's its name. But that being the case, learn a lesson, Merriweather. Any fruit will ferment left alone.
Brilliant, Feeney. Brilliant observation. I'll remember that.
You go far enough up through that basin, you can see cow elk and their young feeding on choke cherries. And right alongside, there's apt to be black bears drinking from the stream. Yes, sir, and where it's swampy, like as not, there'll be moose grazing.
You know what you're talking about, Feeney?
Captain, sir?
Yes, sir, Captain?
You got a uniform, Feeney?
Yes, sir, I sure have. It's right over there, sir.
Put it on.
Yes, sir.
I'm glad you spoke out that way, Captain. The man might chill.
Merriweather?
Right here, sir.
Report to Sergeant Gorst. Tell him I said you were to stand picket duty tonight.
Yes, sir.
And the rest of this duty, all I want to hear out of you is yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Move out. You'll draw extra guard duty when we get back to Fort Laramie, Feeney. A man assigned to tether horses isn't supposed to take a bath first.
Yes, sir.
You know this country? Or were you just out jawing Merriweather?
Oh, I know it, sir. From the basin clean up to the ice fields.
Travel it by horse, did you?
Part-time. Part-time leading, Posey. The going's steep, you get up in the range itself.
Say I want to follow Wind River to where it joins Green River, and then I...
Beg pardon, Captain.
Well?
You can't do that, what you said. Wind River don't join Green River nowhere.
All right. You know the Shoshone?
I traded with them.
Fair?
When it struck me to.
You don't like them?
Well, they're people. Some is rotten and some suits me fine. I traded fair with them that suits me.
You joined the Army to get back at the rotten ones, huh?
No, sir, that ain't why.
Why then?
I joined the Army so's I could eat regular. I got some maps, some scout reports in my tent, Feeney. You've got a job of reading ahead tonight.
Well, I ain't the best reader in the world, Captain.
Then I'll read 'em to you. Nothing says an Army scout's got to know how to read.
You going by map or instinct, Captain?
By map, instinct, and Feeney. If he's right, we cut 40 miles off our old course.
It's a hard pull on the horses.
Posey made it under full pack.
You sure sold on Feeney, ain't you, Captain?
Gotta be. He's as near to a scout I got.
We got a rendezvous point with him?
Yep, over this ridge. There's forage there and water. And that's by map, instinct, and Feeney.
Yes, sir.
Well, how does it look to you, Sergeant?
Like Feeney knows his business, Captain.
Well, let's go down.
There's a horse yonder, Captain, over by the stream.
Yeah, I see it. Feeney.
I kind of hoped I'd last till you showed up, Captain.
How bad is it, Feeney?
I'm full of holes and dripping. Ain't nothing you can do except listen while I got the breath.
I'm listening.
It's a big camp, Captain. Must be 1,000 Shoshone. Half of them warriors.
Hazen's report said crazy horse and dog soldiers.
And more moving in from the north all the time. I saw a lot of Sioux. You'll need all the army you got and then some. In my blouse, Captain.
Yeah, I'll get it.
It's a map. Best I could draw. They're in a box canyon. You can get them good if they stay put.
Thank you, Feeney. Feeney, you better stick around. We need you real bad.
I can't oblige you, Captain. I'd like to, but I...
You want something, Feeney?
Yes, sir. Meriwether.
Meriwether?
Feeney?
You stay too, Captain. He'll need a witness. I'm willing him something.
You always get in trouble alone, Feeney. Without me, you bungle everything.
You want to come along, Meriwether? I'm dying.
Comics don't die, Feeney. They don't know how. No true sense of tragedy.
You get Posey, Meriwether. Treat her good now. I won't.
Feeney. Feeney.
He can't answer you now, Trooper.
What kind of an exit line was that? You see, I told you. Even on a curtain speech, I'm afraid this isn't my best performance, Captain.
Maybe it is, Meriwether. Maybe because you're not play acting.
Fort Laramie is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars Raymond Burr as Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry, with Vic Perrin as Sergeant Gorse. The script was specially written for Fort Laramie by Kathleen Height, with sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper, musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Featured in the cast were John Daner and Parley Bear. Jack Moyles is Major Daggett, and Harry Bartell is Lieutenant Seiberts.
Company, tension! Dismiss.
Next week, another transcribed story of the Northwest frontier and the troopers who fought under Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry. For the younger members of the family, this is an ideal time of year. School's out and they have plenty of time to play and be with their friends. Perhaps it's not quite so easy for us grown-ups who are thinking ahead to the time when our children will be ready for college, wondering whether we'll be ready with enough money to pay their tuition. Instead of fretting, sign up with a payroll savings plan where you work. Start buying those safe, profitable United States savings bonds regularly. Start now to invest in your future security and in the security of your country.
And now, a Western drama series created by director Norman MacDonald and writer John Meston. The stories take place in and around Dodge City, Kansas, during the settlement of the American West. The radio version ran from 1942 to 1961 and is commonly regarded as one of the finest radio dramas of all time. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you Gunsmoke, next on HOJO Radio.
Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Dust. The heat was bad enough in Dodge City, but out on the plain, it was the dust. The sun was a burning red-brown chip in the sky, and the sweat on a man never had a chance to drop. It was blotted and dried with dust. Doc Chester and I had ridden to old man Gore's place 10 miles out. He'd had some trouble with one of the hands. Fella had gone loco with liquor and had been shooting up the cattle. We found him, stripped naked nearby on his haunches, crying. drunk over a parched water hole. Doc had got him to bed and fixed him up some. And now we were heading back for Dodge.
Darn horse. Seems he's just bound to stomp all the dust in Kansas in my eyes.
Maybe the marshal will buy you a camel, Chester.
This keeps up, we'll all buy camels. I remember the time back in Waco when I was just
Doc,
small...
Chester, you see something ahead on the side of the trail there?
Yeah, maybe. It looks like some poor calf strayed off and dropped.
I don't think so. It looks like a man. Come on. Chester, get the water bag.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, let me have a look, Marshal.
Yeah.
Let's see. Heat.
Is he all right?
Depends on how long he's been lying here.
Here you are, Mr. Dillon.
Open up his shirt, Marshal. Chester, get some of that water on his wrist.
All right.
He looks like an Easterner, huh?
Sure not dressed for this country. Oh, well, that's better. That's better. Try to get a few drops in him.
All right.
Not too much, Chester.
Not in his nose, Chester, his mouth.
Well, my gracious, I'm sorry, Mr. Dillon, but he moved his head. It's not so easy to hail. Look, he's awake.
You're all right, mister. Just take it easy for a bit now.
Oh, that this too solid flesh would melt, thaw, and resolve itself into a dew.
What did he say?
Oh, it's out of his head, Chester. For this relief, much thanks.
Forget it. Chester, get around the other side and shade him from the sun.
Yes,
The sun. I begin to be weary of the sun.
I don't blame you. What happened?
The wagon shed a wheel, I fear, along the high road. I know not where I am.
You're about 4 miles out of Dodge City. Kansas.
Kansas. Oh, I would give all my fame for a pot of ale and safety. You better get him to town quick. He's in a bad area. Still there.
You think you can make it on a horse? We'll take you into... We'll take him into Dodge. And he passed out again. We tied him across Doc's horse. Doc and I doubled up, and Chester rode behind. The stranger was a tall, skinny man with a face like a friendly mule. Big hands and thin wrists stretched out from his sleeves. He had no papers on him, nothing. Until he woke up, we wouldn't even know his name. Doc settled him down in the back of his place, and he was still asleep when Chester and I rode out to where we figured he'd left his wagon. Wasn't hard to see when we found it.
What color wagon would you call that, Mr. Dillon?
Puce, Chester. Puce.
I guess so. Seems to be some writing on the side there.
Yeah. Oh, Irving Henry, thespian supreme, disciple of the immortal bard.
I should have known he was a religious man.
He's an actor, Chester, the immortal bard. Shakespeare. William Shakespeare wrote plays, poems.
You think he let the horses go, Mr. Dillon?
I was wondering that. Seems to me he'd have ridden for help instead of trying to walk.
Horses couldn't have got out of the harness ourselves.
Let's take a look at the wheel. Huh?
I wish we could wait till the sun goes down. It's going to be awful hot work, Mr. Dillon.
It's not too bad. The pin fell out. Must be another in the box at the back. Take a look, will you, Chester?
Yes, sir.
I'll prop the wheel up here.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, can't you find it?
Will you come here a minute?
What's the matter?
Take a look in there.
It took a second or two to get used to the darkness inside the wagon. And then I saw the hand sticking out from behind the trunk. You didn't have to be the doc to know that it was a dead hand. The body was of a man about 40. He was dirty. And in a greasy, torn waistcoat, I found a pocketbook with his name, Sam Matchett. And that was all. Below his left shoulder and his back was a patch of dried blood. And in the middle, a bullet hole. We got the wagon wheel on, hitched up our horses, and drove into Dodge. Doc?
Oh, that's you, Marshal?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be right out.
All right.
Get that fellow's wagon fixed up?
Yeah, I brought it in. Is he awake?
Oh, I haven't looked in the last half hour. I was making coffee. You want some?
No, thanks.
Oh, it's a funny thing about coffee when it's hot weather like this. Drink it scalded and it makes you feel cooler outside.
Look, Doc, I got to see that fellow. I want to ask him a couple of questions.
Oh, that's so?
I found a dead man in the back of his wagon.
You don't say.
You better take a look. Chester's bringing him in the side.
Oh, sure. You want to go on back?
Yeah, thanks, Doc. Mr. Henry? Mr. Henry, wake up.
Yes? Oh.
Your name, Irving Henry?
Oh, Irving Henry. What is this place?
Now, you got to listen to me for a minute. We found your wagon.
Ah?
Did you let the horses go before you sat on your own?
Of course. I could not let them remain to die.
Well, how come you didn't take one to ride?
I have a loathing of horses. I cannot bear one under my body. There is a carafe of water beside the bed. Would you be good enough, Mr.
Dillon, Matt Dillon. I'm the marshal here in Dodge City. Here you are.
Oh, my thanks.
Now, what were you doing with a dead man in your wagon, Mr. Henry?
A dead man?
A dead man shot in the back, lying in your wagon.
This is very mean of a madman.
I won't argue about that, but I'll thank you to answer my question.
But it is impossible. It isn't true.
I say it is.
You lie in your throat if you say that I'm any other than an honest man.
Look, mister, I didn't say you weren't honest. You're an actor. And you got a fine way of saying things, but murder's murder. I don't care how you say it. Now, I'm asking questions, and I want straight answers.
Your pardon, sir. What you tell me, in truth, if it were played upon a stage, I would condemn it as an improbable fiction. I swear to you, I know nothing of a body.
Did you come through Hayes City?
Yes.
Do you know a man there called Sam Matchett?
No.
You had no trouble in Hayes City?
No.
What are you doing in these parts, Mr. Henry?
I am touring the provinces. An actor eating the bitter bread of banishment. And my talents are not taken for their worth in the East. And therefore, I bring the immortal bard to the hinterlands. And now, sir, that the interview is ended, pray give me leave to depart.
I'm sorry, I can't do that. You'll have to stay until we get this thing cleared up.
Dillon, Doc would like to see you.
All right, Chester. Stay here with Mr. Henry, will you?
Well, sure, Mr. Dillon, sure. How are you feeling by now, Mr. Henry? Would you like some more water?
Evil bellows living brow.
Doc?
Right here.
Yeah. What'd you find?
Well, there's one thing. This man didn't die right away. I mean, not right when he was shot.
Is that so?
No. More likely bled to death. Inside.
You think he might have been able to climb up in the wagon after he was shot?
He might. There's another thing.
Yeah?
You see the way he's dressed? Now, you take a look at that. What the hell?
Come on, Doc.
What's the matter with him?
Chester.
He took my gun when I was pouring him some water, Mr. Dillon. He must have gone through the window, Marshal. I tried to get it back. It went off.
Take care of Chester, Doc. I'm going after him.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, do you know how old the school building in your community is? If it's over 25 years old, the chances are that it's woefully inadequate to the present demands on it. Certainly thousands of schools all over America are unable to meet the needs of a greatly increased enrollment. And all our school children will suffer unless all of us work actively to improve conditions. Join with the groups in your community working for better school conditions. Remember, better schools build a stronger America. Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
When I went out of there, I didn't know how badly Chester was hurt. There was a lot of blood on his head and over his face. It was nearly dark outside, and the street was empty. It was supper time. I could see the women through the windows getting food ready. The kids were inside, too. Sure looked peaceful. But with Henry out with a gun, well, that wasn't a good thing to have running around loose in Dodge. Did you see a man run down the street, Miss Fletcher?
No.
Well, you better get inside and lock your door. Don't come out again. There's a killer loose. I walked the length of the street, listening, waiting. And when I got to the end, there was nothing. He hadn't taken a horse, I'd have heard that. And in a way, I was sorry, because if he'd tried to hide and dodge, there'd be no way to get out of shooting that wouldn't get women and kids hurt. A breeze came up and swirls of dust flew around, and then settled as the air became still and hot again. I went back to Doc's place.
Oh, did you find him, Marshal?
No. How's Chester?
Oh, I'm fine, Mr. Dillon. Just creased my head, more mess than hurt.
Oh, good, Chester. Look, you want to go home or you want to work?
I want to work.
All right, go down to the office, get yourself another gun, and round up some men, many as you can. As long as Henry stays in town, we're in trouble. Now keep your eyes open. Meet me back here.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Take my gun with you, and if you see him, watch out. All right, now get going.
Yes, sir.
Now, Doc, I'm going to have to make you a deputy, too.
Well, maybe instead of digging out bullets, I'll be putting some in.
It's not funny, Doc. Now, come on. All right, we'll start here. I'll take this side, you take the other. Get the men to go through their houses and tell them to look for their horses. Tell them what's happening. By 10 o'clock that night, as far as we could tell, Henry hadn't left town. There were plenty of places for him to hide, though. We had 50 men out searching. Chester and I were working along back of the express office. There were a couple of houses there we hadn't covered.
You wouldn't think a man like that'd be a killer, now would you, Mr. Dillon?
I never saw a man yet couldn't be, Chester. Depends on your reasons for killing, I guess. Now, let's take a look behind these boxes.
think he could have got this far?
Yeah, he might. A lot of back streets to sneak around in the dark. That's Miss Cullen's place there, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Looks like she's still awake. Light burning back there.
Yeah.
Seem a bit cooler to you tonight, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, a bit. Oh, evening, Miss Cullen. I'm sorry to get you up, but we're looking for a man, a stranger around. He's tall, thin. You seen anyone about tonight?
No. No, I haven't.
How's the kids?
Oh, they're fine. Thank you, Mr. Dillon. Fine.
Well, you keep the place locked tight, Miss Cullen. Don't let anybody in tonight unless you know who it is.
All right. Good night, Mr. Dillon.
Good night, ma'am.
Well, now that's strange. She didn't even say hello to me, and I know her better than you do, Mr. Dillon.
Chester, round up the others. Get them over here.
I don't know why she...
He's in there with her. I think he's got the kids in the sleeping room.
Oh.
Sent her out to get rid of us. Now, I'm going to try and get in. Don't do anything when you come back. Just put the men around the house.
Yes, sir.
I'd seen Miss Cullen make a move with her head, and her eyes said the rest. When I told her to lock up, I shook my head, and I hope she understood. I wanted that front door to stay open.
Keep my promise as soon as I can.
He was in there, all right. I could hear him. I wanted him alive, but I wasn't going to risk hurt to Miss Cullen or the kids getting him.
I did what you asked. Don't hurt the children, please.
They will never know this night. And in the morning, when they're awake. What's that? You said you locked the door after you.
No, don't.
I shall keep the pistol turned to the girl's head now. Someone is here. They try to take me. Who is it? Who?
Mr. Dillon, go away. Please. He'll kill us.
You lied. You lied. Oh, tiger's heart wrapped in a woman's hide. Listen to me, Marshal Dillon. Throw your pistol in here, and then come in with your hands before you. I have no stomach for child killing, but I will not hesitate to do so.
Now, give me the gun, Henry.
No.
You won't be able to get out of this.
I must. There is living to be done.
You know, that fancy talk isn't going to help either. Now, why don't you climb down? What happened to Matchett?
Nothing happened to Match.
Why'd you kill him?
I didn't.
In 5 minutes or less, there'll be 50 men or more around here. Now, what are you going to do?
I don't know.
If you didn't kill Matchett, you'll get a chance. I'll see to that. There's no use going on this way. Give me the gun.
I cannot. It is my proper salvation.
No gun is salvation to anybody. Put it down.
You must tell the men to go away, Marshal Dillon. I'll have to take one of these children with me for my protection.
No!
Shed a tear for me, madam. I have the greater need.
You do a lot of talking, mister. I'd like to see you turn the gun away from that kid's head. That'd take more than talk, wouldn't it, though?
I have no skill with such a weapon. Why should I match with you? I want to live.
You're going about it the wrong way.
The smallest worm will turn, being trod upon.
Meaning?
You gave me no choice when you brought me here. Would have been better to have left me lying in the dust. You don't understand. You don't know.
Well, why don't you tell me?
What good would it do?
It depends.
My life has been the theater. As a boy, I was a student of Shakespeare. You would look at me. Who would accept this face for Hamlet? This ill-shaped body for Romeo? His speech would become my speech, but the fools only look. They cannot listen for laughing.
There have been ugly men before you. It hasn't been cause for murder. Why'd you kill Matchett?
In New York, there was a man, a gross, stupid man who fancied himself an interpreter of the bard. He took me as his apprentice, and together we set out for the tour. I would play under the voices. Never Richard, never Henry, never Lear, only the voices. Whilst he, stumbling, drunken, he muddled and taught to a tatter the words that I should have spoken.
You killed a man because you wanted to play a hero?
How easily murder is discovered.
Yes, sometimes, I guess.
It was yesterday. We were leaving Hayes City. We had played there for 2 days, and it made me a laughing stock. It was night, and he became drunk and threatened to leave me in the next town. I made him stop the wagon, and taking up a pistol, I shot him. He did not die at first, and when I saw what I had done, I wanted him to live. And I put him into the wagon, and I drove on, hoping to find a doctor. Then, as the night passed, I saw that he had died. And I was afraid.
The wagon broke down?
Yes. I put my purse into his clothes and took his name for mine. How I've hated the name of Sam Matchett. But you wouldn't understand.
I wouldn't. Well, what now?
I want to live. I want my chance.
You've done a murder. I can't let you go. You know that. Don't make it harder.
I lost my husband 2 years ago. I know what it is to be alone. You've been alone, haven't you? I'm sorry. But you killed someone.
We may pity, though not pardon, dear. I'm going now, Marshal.
If you walk out of there with your gun, you're a dead man.
Death's a great disguiser. I must have my chance.
Don't do it, Matchett. There'll be killing.
Madam, forgive me. I would not have harmed your children.
Matchett, put down your gun.
Let me go my way.
please.
There are a lot of men waiting for you out there, Matchett. You know what'll happen if you open the door. Don't do it, Matchett.
There's the rub. Caught in that sleep of death. What dreams make.
Matchett. Going to die. The minute he opened that door, he knew it. And maybe he wanted to, because he fired first, a single shot. We buried him in back of the church, and I found some words in a book to put on his grave. He that dies pays all debts.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Anthony Ellis, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Hans Conried was featured as Henry, with Mary Lansing as Mrs. Cullen. Parley Bear as Chester, and Howard McNear as Doc. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Roy Rowan speaking. Remember, Gangbusters going to action Saturday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We have more classic radio coming your way next.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Cherokee Palace, Marshal. I see you received my complaint.
I got it, Mingo. Where's Stanley?
Where do you think? Upstairs.
Brandy?
Naturally. She always does mother him when he's in trouble.
Be careful, Marshal. He might be dangerous.
Well, Marshal, you got a sweet word for Dixie?
Yeah. Move.
Oh, it's not very sweet. It was to the point. Say hello to Jim for me, huh? Go away.
It's me, Brandy. Matt.
Come in, Matt. Join me in a drink?
Where is he, Brandy?
In the next room. Cried himself to sleep.
Save it, Brandy. I gotta take him.
Oh, why, Matt? Jim Stanley never did a mean thing in his life. He's no bad man.
He stole money from Mingo's roulette table, and he threw a bottle at him when he was caught. Mingo's pressing charges. Stanley can clear himself in court.
Huh? Against Mingo's witnesses?
Do you bring Stanley out, or do I go get him?
Go get him. But I wouldn't be proud, Matt.
Stick to running dance hall girls, Brandy. Let me run the law, huh? Stanley? Stanley!
Oh, it's you, Marshal. I was sleeping.
I want you to come with me, Jim.
Come with you? Sure, Marshal.
You better get up. Come on. Come on.
Oh, yeah. Well, where are we going, Marshal? Would you like to visit my ranch? I got a new colt. The prettiest little sorrel you ever saw.
Jim.
Well,
we're going to jail.
Jail? Me, Marshal? Do I have to?
Yes, Jim.
I've never been in a jail.
I'm sorry, Jim.
No. I can't go in there. No, Marshal, I ain't never been locked up before. Please, don't make me.
I have to.
I didn't mean to do it. Honest. I just lost my head when I realized my money was gone. I wouldn't have kept those chips.
I know that.
I just grabbed them. I don't know why. They were there, and I just grabbed them, and then Mingo started in on me. He kept saying things, bad things about...
Take it easy, Jim.
I wouldn't have cared, except that, well, Dixie was there. He kept yelling at me that I was a thief right in front of her. I tried to make him stop, and he wouldn't. And then something happened. The bottle was there.
You threw it at Mingo?
No, I just threw it, Marshal. I was crazy. I didn't mean to hurt nobody.
I believe you, Jim.
Marshal, will you ask Dixie to come and see me later?
Yeah, sure, I'll ask her.
Thanks. I just want to tell her not to blame Mingo for all this. She might say something or give up her job.
Don't worry, Jim. I don't think Dixie's going to give up anything.
He won't eat his dinner, Mr. Dillon. He just sits there staring.
Yeah, poor devil.
He won't really be convicted, will he?
Well, I hope not, Chester.
Mingo's the one who ought to be in jail.
Look, Chester, this isn't exactly my idea of justice either. A shady gambler against a simple-minded horse rancher.
Hello, Marshal. Goodbye, Chester.
Oh, goodbye. I'll run along.
You stay put, Chester.
Oh, now, Marshal, I want to be alone with you.
I sent for you to come and visit Jim Stanley, and you better be nice to him.
Most fellows are tickled pink if I like them. They say I'm pretty.
You're pretty enough.
That's better. I knew you liked me.
I said you were pretty. I didn't say I liked you.
Oh, now that's nasty.
Would you like to hear what I really think of you?
No, don't bother. I get the idea.
You're Mingo's girl.
When I feel like it.
Then why do you have to tease a man like Stanley, drive him to drinking and gambling and trouble like he's in now?
He's sweet. He thinks I'm beautiful.
Yeah. But even men like him wake up. Stick to Mingo.
Hello, Marshal. Thought I'd drop in and see if your prisoner was all set for trial tomorrow.
Mingo, I want you to withdraw those charges.
And let that potential murderer go free? No.
You got back the chips Stanley took from your table, and his assaulting a man like you is ridiculous. He doesn't even wear a gun.
A bottle constitutes a deadly weapon. Look it up, Marshal.
Why are you doing this, Mingo? Why pick on a man like Stanley?
Let's say I don't like him always slobbering over Dixie. She's private property.
For that greedy little vixen, you'd send Stanley to prison, knowing that it'll probably crack his mind completely?
That's his problem.
You don't understand, Mingo. I don't like to see people pushed around.
Well, don't cross me, Marshal.
I already have.
People get dead that way.
Yeah, so I've heard. Now, just who are these witnesses of yours against Stanley?
Ned Cole, Saginaw Henry.
Both on your payroll?
Dixie. Some of the other girls.
All working for you, huh?
Jim Stanley's as good as convicted, Marshal. There's not a thing you can do about it.
Here, man. Drink this.
Thanks, Brandy.
You know, all you need to do is stop fighting yourself, Matt. You're mixed up.
Yeah, that's sure true, Brandy. You know, it's funny when it's something you can fight with your fists and your guns, it's easy, but how do you fight a deal like this?
You gotta clear Jim somehow.
Yeah, with those witnesses against him, Jim can't win in court. Technically, he's a criminal.
Oh, criminal, my foot.
He admits the crimes. The judge will have to sentence him to at least a minimum jail term.
We know there are witnesses who can prove he's innocent. Now, a smart man would find a way to make him talk.
I've been thinking about it. Well, I'll tell Jim you were asking after him. I think he'd like that.
He's Dixie's. I had me a man once, Matt. I traded him for a bottle of brandy. I paid a stiff price for my name.
You're not through yet, Brandy.
Oh, sure. I play mother to everybody. Take everybody's troubles on my shoulders. Help salve my conscience. Don't ever hurt a person, Matt. You never get through paying for it.
Well, I better be going.
Where?
To try to get some of those witnesses to talk. Hello, Saginaw.
Huh? Oh, it's you.
I've been looking for you.
And you've been looking for trouble.
Well, you're beginning to sound like your boss, Mingo.
It's late. What do you want?
I want to read you something from this book.
What book?
This law book.
Oh, so?
First law I see says that Anyone giving a drink to an Indian is liable to fine up to $500. I saw you buy an Indian Pete a drink only last week. Pete's a stable boy. He ain't no savage. Law doesn't say savage, says Indian. Pete's an Indian, so technically you broke the law. You can't make Next one says any man that disrobes in a public place is guilty of committing a public nuisance. Carries a fine of $100. Look, what the devil is all this? I saw you breaking a horse down in Harrison's Corral a little while back. You took your shirt off, and that's disrobing in a public place. Technically. You can't get away with this, Dillon. How much you make a month, Saginaw? 50, 75. Well, the way it looks, I can get you fined on enough of these laws to keep you broke for about 5 years. 5 years? Then we can start all over again. You're bluffing. I never even heard of these laws. Well, look for yourself. Here. If you witnesses are going to send Jim Stanley to jail on a technicality, then a lot of you are going to jail the same way. Well, laws may be there, but they ain't fair. All right, Saginaw, if that's how you want it. Come on, let's go to jail. Wait, man. Well, then start talking.
Well, Dixie shilled Stanley into losing his money, and me and Ned Cole egged him into grabbing a couple of chips when the wheelman wasn't looking.
On Mingo's orders?
Sure. Stanley looked down at the chips we swiped, and he reached out to hand them back when Mingo jumped him.
What was Dixie doing?
Trying to keep from laughing.
Yeah, I'll bet. And then what?
Mingo rode Stanley hard to make him break down in front of Dixie. Finally, the poor lunkhead seemed to go crazy. He yelled and tossed a bottle at the bar.
Not at Mingo?
No, missed him by 10 feet. Stanley was just working off his mad by busting the bottle. Paid for it. I guess he had the right.
Yeah, I guess he had.
First, I think Mingo was just deviling Stanley, and then he got the idea to press charges and send him to jail. We got orders how to testify.
Uh-huh. Well, thanks, Saginaw.
Marshal, I'd like you to know something.
Yeah?
I'm glad I told you about Stanley, because framing him into prison isn't my idea of something to be proud of.
It shouldn't be. Good evening, Chester.
My, what are you so happy about, Mr. Dillon?
Everything, Chester, everything.
Is it about Jim Stanley?
It is about Jim Stanley. He's going to clear himself in court tomorrow. Come on, let's go tell him.
Well, gracious, that is good news. He couldn't have taken much more being locked up.
I know. Hey, Jim, wake up. We're going to break... Jim.
Mr. Dillon, he's gone.
Both window bars are cut. Yeah. And here's what cut him.
A hacksaw blade. And look yonder, there's another.
Oh, that fool. Why couldn't he have waited one more day and he'd have been free?
Jim Stanley didn't have those hacksaw blades on him, Mr. Dillon. I know. I searched him good.
You searched Dixie good?
Oh, mercy, no, Mr. Dillon. She's a girl.
He didn't have any other visitors?
No, sir. Mingo's going to be awful mad when he finds out his girl helped Jim Stanley get away.
Come on.
You going to arrest Dixie, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know, Chester. First, I got to find her.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, every Sunday on CBS Radio, hear both sides debate the issues on Pick the Winner. It's a program that brings in the top people from Democratic and Republican camps, standing their ground and delivering their views on the biggest questions of the campaign. Don't miss Pick the Winner, Sundays between now and November, to be fully informed when it comes time to vote. And remember, straight through election time, make CBS Radio your election headquarters. Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
aren't you, Marshal?
Where's Dixie, Mingo?
Dixie, she's gone. I don't know where she is.
You're lying.
No, I swear she disappeared hours ago.
I still think you're lying. Dixie's here someplace.
No, he's telling me the truth for once, Matt. Dixie's gone, all right.
Are you sure, Brandy?
Saw her right out of town.
Was Stanley?
Yeah, Matt. The two of them.
Dixie and Stanley? Dixie passed him some saw blades. He cut his way out.
That rotten double-crossing hellcat.
He's your girl, Mingo.
I'll be the laughing stock of Dart City.
Good. I hope they laugh you clear out of Kansas.
If it's the last thing I'll do, I'll find her. Both of them.
Finding them is my job, Mingo.
Go ahead. But you better beat me to them, or you'll be arresting them dead.
They stopped here, all right. Probably changed horses and got some supplies.
That wasn't why Stanley came home. Look, Chester.
What?
Water in the stock trough is right up to the top. The barn's open. Feed pulled out where the stock can reach it. Even scared to death, Jim thought about his animals first.
Mr. Dillon, you think Mingo's trailing Stanley and Dixie, too?
Perhaps. It's one good reason why we'd better catch him quick. Come on.
Still no sign.
Looks like we've lost them for good now.
What do we do, go back, Mr. Dillon?
Well, we can't let Mingo find them.
Sure, but the way they've been zigzagging back and forth for the last 4 days, we don't have a chance in 1,000.
I'm not so sure, Chester. You know, there's a certain pattern about the way Stanley and Dixie have been moving. I don't think they're trying to leave this section at all.
Yeah, we have been getting closer and closer to Dodge with every circle lately.
And not only to Dodge.
Mr. Dillon, you got an idea?
Yeah, maybe. Come on, we'll ride back to Stanley's ranch.
You think they came back here?
I will soon find out. But from what we saw here before, I'll bet Stanley's not the kind to stay away from his ranch for very long.
What? Hit the dirt. Get down here. Behind the trough. Yeah.
It's Jim Stanley. There's his horse.
Yeah. All right, keep your eyes open.
Stanley! Jim, it's Matt Dillon. Let me talk to you.
You go away, Marshal. I don't want to hurt you, but I ain't going back to that jail. And you go away now. I'll kill you.
Jim, listen to me. I've got a witness.
You better leave quick now. Please, Marshal.
Mr. Dillon, I'm getting wet.
That's better than getting shot. Keep your head down.
Yes, sir. Sure is wet.
Stanley's in a good position. Closest cover for us is the barn. That's across 50 yards of clearing. That's a long run.
He could pick us off before we made 10 feet.
Yeah.
Jim, I'm not leaving until I've talked to you.
Leave me alone, Marshal. Can't you leave me alone?
I'm coming to talk to you, Jim.
No. No, stay back. I warn you.
Mr. Dillon, don't do it. That's a crazy man.
That's a frightened man, Chester.
I'm coming unarmed, Jim. I don't think you're a murderer, but if you are, this is your chance.
Well.
Good luck, Mr. Dillon. Mr. Dillon!
Stanley's shot slashed across my side like a branding iron. It was all I could do to ignore my fear and keep going. Somehow I reached the ranch house alive. I opened the door. Jim Stanley stood there holding his gun and crying. Jim?
I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. I was only trying to scare you. I'm not a killer. I never shot anybody in my life. Honest, Marshal, I can't even shoot a rabbit.
I know that, Jim.
I'm afraid. I've always been afraid of things. I try to be like other people. It only seems to bring trouble.
You can stop being afraid of the law and jail right now. That's all over with.
You mean that, Marshal? Really?
Really.
But I shot you.
Did you? I don't recall.
Oh, but Mr. Dillon, shot hit your side. Right there. You see it? It's bleeding.
Now, Jim, listen to me. You didn't shoot me.
Oh. Well, all right, if you say so, Mr. Dillon.
I say so. Here, I'll take that rifle. Now, let's go back to town and get this business settled, huh?
You've been good to me, Marshal.
Forget it, Jim. There is one thing, though. Dixie.
Oh, she brought me hacksaw blades.
I know that.
She said you were going to hang me and that I had to escape. She kept saying it.
She was riding with you. But where is she now?
Oh, she left me last night. I was glad. I was nearly wild listening to her talk about you and prison. I even swore I'd kill myself before I'd go back to jail.
I'm glad you didn't mean it.
Oh, I meant it at the time. Oh, I was sure scared.
You feel better now?
Oh, yeah. Yes, I know. Everything's just going to be fine.
The rifle slug splashed the side of Jim's face with red, and he crumpled into the dirt. From the water trough, Chester opened up and drew the fire of whoever was hiding in the hayloft of the barn. I could see a gun barrel poking up from the side of the hayloft. I picked up Stanley's rifle. Mingo.
Mr. Dillon, are you all right?
Yeah, Chester. But Mingo's dead.
Well, how about Jim Stanley, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, he was scared more than hurt. He should come to any minute.
Well, my goodness. Oh, this looks like a sure enough war's been happening around here.
Where have you been, Dixie?
Oh, sure now, Marshal. A girl's got a right to look after her investments. My Mingo and Stanley both dead. Well, now that's a real shame.
Hmm? Oh, but Jim Stanley's
Chester, you said investments. The only investment you've made is prison time for helping Jim escape.
Me? Well, how are you going to prove anything, Marshal? With Jim dead.
But he's...
Chester, why don't you go look after the horses?
But Mr. Dillon... Yes, sir.
It's a right good thing because I'm going to be terribly busy, you know, taking care of poor Jim's ranch and money and of course, the funeral and everything.
Why should all that concern you, Dixie?
Because I'm Jim Stanley's widow.
What?
I married him 3 days ago in this city. It was such a sweet wedding.
Yeah, I'm sure it was.
And now all I have left are some memories. And, of course, this little old ranch and Jim's money.
Dixie, there's something you should know.
Hmm?
You also got a husband. Have you heard enough, Jim?
Enough.
Jim! What? I saw you fall.
You're bad, Dixie.
Oh, Jim, you mustn't pay no mind to what I said. I was upset. Didn't I come back just to be with you?
No good, Dixie. Jim's onto you now.
Jim, are you going to let him talk to me like that?
He's my friend. And I don't like you now, Dixie.
Oh, it's too bad. I'm still your wife.
Marshal, can she make that stick?
Well, by law, you have to support her, Jim. Of course, they don't say how.
Marshal, you stop putting ideas
And, of course, she has to take care of your house for you, Jim. Clean it, do the chores, cook for you.
Cook? Me? Cook for him?
He can make you, Dixie. It's his right.
All right, I'm not. I'd like to see him try.
He can do it, Dixie.
Yeah? Well, they can't if I'm not here. And I'm leaving right now.
You want to ride into town with us, Jim?
No. I think I'd rather stay here for a while, Marshal. If it's all right.
Yeah, sure. I'll fix it. But in a few days, when you feel like it, come in and see me, and we'll help you get that divorce taken care of.
Divorce?
On grounds of desertion. She just deserted you, remember? Chester and I are your witnesses.
Oh. Well, thanks, Marshal. I sure do thank you.
So long, Jim.
Goodbye, Marshal. Bye.
Come on, Chester, let's go.
He's had it too rough out here on the frontier, hasn't he, Mr. Dillon? Jim Stanley, I mean. It's addled him, sort of.
Yeah, I guess that's it, Chester.
Men like him need looking after.
Yeah, we got all kinds out here, Chester. Come on, let's get back to town.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Herb Purdom, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Daner and Michael Ann Barrett, with Paul Dubov, Vivi Janis, and Bill Lally. Parley Bear is Chester. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Tomorrow's speakers on Pick the Winner, representing both the major parties, will be Harold Stassen, Republican, and George Ball, Democrat. Listen for this important program, Pick the Winner, tomorrow and every Sunday from now to November. This is Roy Rowan speaking, and this is the CBS Radio Network.
Thank you for listening to HOJO Radio. We'll be back again very soon.